Hello everybody. My apologies for being a little bit late. Apparently I need to have a life every now and again, take the dog for a walk, have a cup of coffee, get myself in the right mindset before we go live. We were scheduled to go live 30 minutes ago and it didn't happen. Appreciate all those people that support me in what I do and also what the Avengers do. News overnight. Wow. Lots of new investigations going on. Lots of friendships being formed by people who are getting together, who have been victims from Goliath Ventures and forming new partnerships, new friendships. And it's quite exciting seeing something good come out of something so heinous. We've been going over the last, from Monday, Thursday, Wednesday. Sorry, I missed out the days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today is Friday in New Zealand. Friday at 12:30 in the afternoon. No doubt evening, roughly 6:30 maybe for people in Orlando. We've been going through 5 videos that were put on the internet by, I always get their name wrong, but it's WFTV. They put all these videos on of Christopher telling everyone basically they had taken out everyone's names because no one else has been charged in connection with the Goliath Ventures scam. And but in the meantime, they left 7 or 8 people's names in here, and it just sort of seemed like a bit of a strange thing to do after making such a pledge to people that they were not going to insinuate that other people were involved with the heinous fraud that Christopher Delgado and his co-conspirators have actually done. Even though there's enough evidence out there to show that there was lots of people endorsing Chris, lots of people who might be able to say I was a victim and I didn't realize he was running a large-scale Ponzi scheme and scam. But there is, 5 or so people like Nick Petrillo, who Christopher's desperately tried to throw under the bus, who recruited over 900 people into Goliath Ventures through his own company called 21 Ventures. Now that's 1 W-O-N, and you also will see remnants of another company with the number 21 Ventures in there as well. And we even received videos of people wearing hats with 21 Ventures on it too. So it was obviously a company that may come out in the not too distant future that may actually also be, charged for running a Ponzi scheme or scam, because a lot of the correspondents, a lot of people who invested were actually invested through Nick. So he's somebody we do believe will be indicted very soon. Christopher got, not indicted, charged, sorry. So Christopher basically got charged, then pleaded guilty, and now on the 8th of October, he's going to, be sentenced. And he's done a plea deal, but he's got 50 years. The Department of Justice have given him 50 years. And now he's trying to throw everyone under the bus he can, so he lessens his sentence. Now, the main goal, I believe, for throwing people under the bus is to recover as much funds as possible. So I already know that he's made statements in these videos that Nick Petrillo was making $4 million a month from bringing investors into Goliath Ventures through his networks and his medical associates and the like. And also, we also know there was a civil matter filed in the courts demanding that Goliath Ventures paid $40 million worth of unpaid royalties or commissions or backhanders, as you want to put it. So that might have been a play for Nick Petrillo to, show that he's a victim. He didn't realize that Christopher was running a large-scale Ponzi scheme or scam. But going by these admissions of Christopher, everybody's at fault for the disaster of Goliath Ventures, except Christopher. Christopher's just the man about town, and he's just everything, you'd ever dream about as an individual. And he was trying to do the right thing, but we've had amazing admissions here in his own statements. He's claiming that there was never any Goliath fund. In fact, what they were doing is they were playing the Ponzi market. They were going to scams that were on the internet, claiming that they were using liquidity pools to generate large amounts of money for people. So Christopher claims that He's was trying to get his own liquidity pool fund going, but he was also alleging that he was a consultant for people like the Moon Group, and he was consulting people that we've now found out that Carl Moon has won a court case, going by what Carl Moon has told us, for $3.6 million to the same individuals that Christopher claims he was consulting. So you can actually see there's a lot of more investigations to come out of all this. So you've got Christopher claiming to Channel 9 News, because they gave him the limelight, that he's been giving consultation to two other people that now have lost in the courts $3.6 million in order to pay back Carl Moon for whatever happened. And that goes back to 2022. Carl Moon talks to me regularly. He tells me whatever I want to know. And he also claims that he's a victim. At one point, Christopher paid, Carl Moon paid Christopher $100,000 to do some promotion for him. Carl Moon was actually quite pleased with what he got. And through our rumours and our networks, we actually found out that they only spent $30,000 of the $100,000 and took the rest as profit for Carl Moon. So they didn't even do it. Then they went back and offered Carl Moon, well, Carl Moon wanted more marketing, and they offered him, well, Carl Moon paid him a lot of money. And I'm not going to say, because it's not my business to say, but it was more than $100,000, quite a lot. And anyway, the story goes, as far as I can tell, from what Carl Moon has told me, is that Christopher was literally given the money and never did anything for it. And that's where the communication broke down. But now we're listening to Christopher. He's claiming that he was some sort of world-class consultant, and he was going over to Dubai to consult these cryptonaires, billionaires. But at the end of the day, the people he was consulting have now lost in court. Now, I've got no proof of that. I've got no court documents. I have asked for them, but it only happened a month and a half ago that Carl won his case, and Carl told me a couple of days ago that was the story. So it's quite exciting, really, to watch all this unfold. But also, yesterday's video we talked about, or the day before, actually, we talked about the Onyx Reserve. I've sent a right of reply, a demand letter to Tom Shields and also Eric McNeil, asking them to back up their claims they put in their latest newsletter. Now, why did I do that? Well, we've got Matt Burke, who was promoted as the operations manager for the Onyx Reserve. We've also had CoffeeZilla in his Patreon account do a investigation on Eric McNeil, and he's called him out as a scammer, which is quite a big deal. And also he's got videos and proof to back it up all the way. So what I'm getting at, guys, there's people like Jonathan Mason, who works in insurance, who's works for a company that Patrick David owns. You've also got other people who are involved in real estate, luxury real estate sales. They're claiming that they've got real estate, and they're also claiming that they can pay back ridiculous returns per month, 5 to 10% per month on luxury real estate purchases. Well, they've got a nice house they can purchase now from Christopher, but even from his own admission yesterday, Christopher reckons the house that he lives in, they'd be lucky to get $7 million for it. Christopher, because it wasn't his money, actually paid $8.5 million for his house, even though he first put the first offer in for $6 million, and they had a stalemate. The guy that was selling the house wanted $9 million. Eventually, Christopher, where he was living, the rent was up, so he decided to put another offer in for $8.5 million and took the purchase of the house he currently resides in. So all the cars, the 12 cars, the I think 18 Rolex watches that he's admitted that he owns, and it seems like he's got a lot of other stuff that he hasn't told the Department of Justice about, going by what we captured on the video with Channel 9 News the other day. Also, other things, he's claiming that there was only $160,000 worth of funds left. What else we got that was interesting? His car, $600,000 Lamborghini with a $300,000 body kit on it. It's got 2,500 Ks on it. He reckons that's only worth 700,000. Some of the assets in the cars are actually quite good, because at least they do lock in some of the investors' monies that has been spent on luxury lifestyle marketing. But what really gets me all the way through this whole investigation is Christopher doesn't show any remorse whatsoever. And unfortunately, we've already had somebody who, what we've heard through the grapevine, is actually too old to actually be able to recover the money they've lost to Goliath, and they've unfortunately died by suicide. So that means that when we had Justin here yesterday, we found that he says that he believes that Christopher should be charged for murder, because that guy would have been still here if Christopher didn't steal his funds. And I think it's in today's video, because I missed it, but Darlene Jones from Channel 9 News, who thinks she's broke the story, has actually told us, she asked Chris point blank that somebody had actually died by suicide. Was he aware of that? And at that point, you would think that Christopher would just be in cowering in the corner of the room, saying how sad that is and how he feels responsible, but we've got no remorse whatsoever. So in saying that, what I want to do is I actually want to be in Orlando when he gets sentenced. And just this morning, I've basically worked out a bit of a budget. It might not be exactly on the money, but I've actually set up a campaign asking people, if they want to help support me get to Orlando. I've got offers of people. So you can come along here, help send me to Orlando for Christopher Delgado's sentencing. I've reset my goal to $5,000. And this has been a real life story for Danny versus Goliath. I stood up to a multi-million-dollar operation, endured threats, intimidation, and even a bribe to stop reporting. Together with an incredible community of Avengers, and I thank each and every one of you, we exposed Goliath Ventures, preserved the evidence, and watched Christopher Delgado plead guilty. I mean, you can't get any better than that. I mean, we literally instigated the investigation with Homeland Security back in September the 1st, 2025. We even had investors that were investing after that point, so we knew that they were still active and they were still taking in investments, hoping they could trade their way out of it. Yesterday, they talked about how they had an investor that was already invested with them that was going to invest $15 million. And I told everyone that was a load of rubbish. The only reason the investor said he was going to invest $15 million was kind of to allure to them that if he let him take out his money, he would reinvest $50 million. And that was all a ploy. But Christopher took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And even that guy said that he had a bigger portfolio that he could potentially put into Goliath Ventures of $200 million. And Christopher even said then that if they received that money, they would have restructured Goliath Ventures. And that is just horseshit. Because what he's basically saying, it's a Ponzi scheme. He's already mentioned in these videos that $3.5 million per month was the running cost for Goliath Ventures. So any Ponzi scheme needs incoming money to keep that illusion alive. And if you waited a year and everyone was hyper compounding their money, Christopher would need far more than $3.5 million a month to run the company. It would have just kept escalating until the Ponzi scheme can't survive any longer. So as Chris, in his own admission here in these videos that we're about to look at, the last one of the set of 5, Christopher has literally ran out of money. And he's used his co-conspirators to get involved in every community available. And some of the sickening things that really got me about this interview was the fact, things like I just lost my train of thought, that he actually seems to think he's somebody. He seems to think this is a failed business venture. And only ever once for a 3-month period did they ever generate any income for Goliath Ventures. But it got away on him. He kept, the co-conspirators out there kept on getting people into their networks. Now, this whole interview, one thing that I will stand up for is Channel 9 News have basically seemed to have a vendetta against an individual called Mark Najeems, which is a high-profile lawyer in Orlando. And his wife actually is the founder of a charity called Runway to Hope. And I've met Mark. He didn't fund me into doing this. No one's funded me into doing this investigation. It's just what we do. But anyway, he was alleging that he was forced to overpay for the real estate that they bought off Mark, which was the downtown on Orange Avenue, 189, the building. And he was claiming that he was held for ransom and paid too much for that real estate. In the same breath that we showed yesterday, he claims that he got an independent realtor to look at the valuation, and he said it was nothing wrong, it was nothing unusual. But he was insinuating that he overpaid for the building and he was held to ransom. I mean, I've never ever heard of a news agency that will give somebody a camera and a microphone to actually make such an accusation. That is what I believe a outrageous claim, and outrageous. You know, you need proof about that. So I was really disappointed when I heard that. Now, the honest truth of it is, we went through the Goliath Ventures website at the time, and we found there was 15 charities on the homepage of their website. And I will actually bring that up because it is quite relevant. And, you know, let's see if we can bring this up. Everything that we do, we document. So all the photos and everything that we've got about Christopher is documented. These are just photos that people have given us. These are the photos of the co-conspirators that have endorsed, and these guys should be held accountable, and we believe they will do. There's a lot of stuff going down in Orlando at the moment. I know Tomo was feeling a bit awkward at the London house or the cigar bar around the corner just last night, and he was there with Gary Rice, and after somebody turned up, he left 15 minutes afterwards. So if we're making these guys feel awkward in the community because they've stolen people's money and endorsed Christopher, then that's what the world wants. And I also received an email, which I haven't responded to yet, thank you very much, basically saying that Orlando businessmen are disgusted that Christopher is a nobody. He's a bottom feeder. He was never part of the community, and he doesn't represent what Orlando is all about. And they are so happy that people like me have stood up to him and actually got him out of Orlando business community. And I will maybe publish in my new post area of my YouTube channel my response to that, because I think that was really cool. So what we really want to look at is if we go to Christopher here, we go to the Ponzi schemes. So now we can see that Christopher was part of multiple companies, Goliath Ventures, Black Block, not to be mistaken as Black Rock, that was deception, and Wealth MD, not to be mistaken for My Wealth MD. So all these companies here, my liquidity partners, they just basically copied my liquidity partners, and as a veneer, there was no such things. But people at the start, even my Avengers, were telling me that I've got to take a look at NLP. And because I'm not really into crypto, it took me a while to get warmed up to the idea. But when we did, we realized that Goliath Ventures was literally, the documentation of both was basically exactly the same. They just carbon copied my liquidity partners, and they were grabbing the money from Peter and paying Paul. When Paul paid the dividends, they were taking the dividends and paying back the pools. It's ridiculous. Also, in his own admission, we've got Maze Miner. MazeMiner.com was a concept of crypto mining. You would buy a container for $250,000, and then you could basically chop that up digitally to 10 investors, and then they could sell it in lots. That was something else that Christopher was claiming they were doing, crypto mining, but that was a concept. They did have building, they did have power, they did have a showroom, but it never got off the ground. Now, Christopher claims that he now owns 30% of Maze Miner. So if that got off the ground, that would have been another income stream. But the fact is, it didn't get off the ground, and nor did the liquidity pool, their fund, their own fund, never got off the ground. And even if we want to just take it a little bit further, as we briefly talked about in the 4 other videos that we did, we had a review done on the amount of volume that my liquidity partners was doing. And to do liquidity trading, you need volume. And we could show that the volume that they were claiming they were doing, that you could see on the blockchain, wasn't enough to pay out the dividends they were paying people. So even if you were scrutinizing, or you had a crypto genius look at the footprint of my liquidity partners, you could actually see that my liquidity partners weren't doing what they were saying. So if Christopher was a consultant like he claimed to be, and he was consulting crypto people with their investments in Goliath, in Dubai, and what he's actually talking about, he was working with Carl Moon's fraudsters that were defrauded Carl Moon. So Carl Moon has admitted that 2 individuals that Christopher was consulting in Dubai, claiming that he was a big consultant coming over from America to advise people in Dubai what to do with their crypto, those two individuals that he named in the interviews have now been ordered to pay $3.6 million to Carl Moon. And Carl Moon's admission is that they robbed him, and the exact words, because I've got it right here, because I've got the chat going here. So Carl Moon's, just so you know exactly what he said. He said, I asked him if he knew these two people. So let's give you the whole picture so we're not half-cocked here. I also have a book available, which you'll be able to see here. But in the book that I've published, it's people mentioned, right? And it talks about large-scale investment funds are really built by one person alone. So Christopher goes down here. We have a summary of Christopher, Darlene Jones, who interviewed him. And this is the person here, which I'm not going to hash his name, but let's just get it out there anyway.
Dariusz Kowalczyk, Akadarek.
So Christopher claims that he was consulting this guy, and he was also consulting Junaid Dar, and he was the co-founder of Seed Hunter and former chief executive officer for Moon Group. So that's Carl Moon's company, all right? Now, Seed Hunter held their opening or their event in Christopher's apartment. So there's no doubt that this individual Christopher was canoodling with him. And the same goes for this individual, he was claiming he was providing services for. So now what we've got is an admission from Carl Moon. I asked him if he knew Judah and Darek. He said they scammed me in a business deal back in 2022. I said, I won a case against them a couple of months ago, and they owe me 3.6 million US, apparently, ruled by the court. He said they are almost as bad as Chris himself, smiley face. He said scammers attract scammers. They should make a movie about this whole thing, which is absolutely brilliant. So, you know, that's what's happening. So when you're listening to Christopher talk his way through this interview, you might, if you haven't been following like we have, you might be thinking, you know, I don't know what you're thinking, but please don't buy into the fact that Christopher is a failed businessman or he's a classy individual. He's as bottom feeder as they get. Now, going back to what I said about the charities here, we actually got a couple of good screenshots not screenshots, but we've used the Wayback Machine to go back and actually look at Goliath Ventures. And I'll give you the dates because there's a lot of things here. I'll see if I can actually open up two windows while we're waiting. But the first window is going to show you the old archive website of Goliath Ventures Inc.com. And if you go down, when I was talking about the charities before, there's actually here they said Goliath Ventures Inc. is proud to support both local and international charities, communities, and schools. Goliath Ventures Inc. has donated over $1 million over the past year and $4 million to charitable communities efforts since 2019. So all these different charities that are on their website, you would wonder why Darlene Jones and Channel 9 News haven't actually talked about all the other charities. So when we were investigating Goliath Ventures, we went to all these charities and we asked them to provide us information about their connection with Goliath Ventures. And we thought there was 15 charities, and I'm pretty sure there is, but we may have actually, the most current version of the website seems like. But now the court filings have come out. We know that Runway for Hope was just one of those charities, but 99% of these interviews is trying to throw Mark under the bus with his charity. Now, we do know Mark was involved with Goliath Ventures way at the start. He was, you know, a really well-connected individual. And why I'm telling you that is because this is what they did. They connected themselves to other charities and other networks because they know that they go to these gala dinners, they would meet investors. And if they seemed to be at the top table and they were an investment company, they knew that was how they attracted investors. So even though he may have started, and I don't know that Runway of Hope was the first company he started with, all these other charities had also received donations. Now, we reached out to all of them. So one of the schools here, I think it was this school, they received a lot of donations from Christopher. We've never seen them mentioned on Channel 9 News. But we reached out to all these charities. One charity came back to us and said, we've never received a donation from Goliath Ventures. And then a couple of hours later, we got another email and said, look, we have found a donation of $300. But that's a long way short of saying that we've given $4 million away. Also, we know that he gave to Jackie Segal's charity, the fentanyl charity. We had people from Jackie Segal's legal department ring us up at the time asking us not to, muddy the waters because they want the $2 million that he pledged. So Christopher did pay $250,000 of that $2 million, and the rest of it is gone AWOL. So the real sad thing about it, all these charities are really doing good in the local Orlando community, and they are doing good, but all that money is now going to be clawed back. Now, you can't say that Christopher didn't know that if he gives fraudulent money to a charity, that it's going to be clawed back. So what I'm saying is that Christopher was doing it not because he wanted to give to the charities like he's trying to encourage people to believe now. He was doing it because he wanted to get involved in those communities and have them see him prancing around like he was using lifestyle marketing to grow Goliath Ventures. So it's not rocket science. It's not even DHEC science, but I'm just trying to get the very last page that was archived by the Wayback Machine, because that would be quite nice. And I just want to see if we can bring that up. See, that's where we get to. But I know the latest page of all the charities, unfortunately, doesn't exist, which is a bit of a pain. But anyway, and the other one, while we're here, we didn't come this far, is this was the page where we can actually basically see the full co-conspirators. These are the people that were keeping the machine going, and this is on the Wayback Machine. So obviously, like Alex Bianco, he's driving around in Lamborghinis. We've got photos of his house, and he's still got Mercedes parked outside, and the four-wheel drive trucks. Matthew, well, he was part of Wealth MD with Matt Burks, and that's why they're on the same page. And they were going after the 401k money, retirement money. Michael and his wife, Stephanie, David Panzik, Stephen Davis, who's now currently got a lawsuit going against a young couple. So he started up his own company with Goliath money called choice-press.com. And now he's claiming that the couple that don't want anything to do with him and walked away from the company did it all properly and everything, that he would file a lawsuit against them for $150,000. And he's basically even going through their trash outside their house and doing disgusting, heinous things like that. And he's been on our show before and taunted me, and I've rung him, and now he's coward because he's still driving around his McLaren that he got from Goliath Ventures. And he lives on Orange Street, so these guys are still doing their thing. These guys are still trying to keep their businesses going. Tomo should be in here somewhere soon too. But Hunter Smallback, this is the in-house, the lady that Christopher showed you her part of the house where he used to dress Christopher each day. You've got James, business program manager. I think he was something to do with software. Mike, who's living in Dubai at the moment, hiding, will have to come back in 6 months' time, or maybe get taken out to the desert and have his arms chopped off. I don't know what they do in Dubai. I mean, you've got Tomo, where we've got people claiming that he's got something to do with the police, and he was doing criminal investigations, when we've got other sources telling us that he was just a beat cop. Punic Shaw, which we saw at the $9 million gala event with 40 of his fan club around him, he had what you call the 7% club. So he had a group of people that were getting paid 7%. He recruited, we've been told, 500 people into Goliath Ventures. And Mike, we've got spreadsheets of $35 million he brought into Goliath Ventures. You've got Vince Grietta, who wanted to get away from them all, and he wanted to get away from them all. And then you would have seen Tomo doing that campaign, #Goliath Strong. That was because Vince wanted to get away from this. So Vince has got away from it. He claims he's a victim, but he also recruited people. Now, the real cool thing, I can't remember whether it was Vince or Punic Shaw now, but one of them two both of them could be realtors. And that was one of the reasons that we could actually take on this investigation, because our investigators were in New Jersey and they were outside their jurisdictions to go after someone in Florida. I think it was Punic Shaw was a realtor, or Vince, and they had a license to do real estate inside New Jersey, which means that my investigator team could pick up the tab and start investigating Goliath Ventures on the 1st of September. Casey Holloway, I don't even know anything about him. Marty, I don't really know anything about him personally in my brain, but we have a file on each and every individual. So often when I'm showing you this, I'm going back to my persons of interest list, and I bring up this photo here. And this is the persons that we believe are co-conspirators to Goliath Ventures. And these are the people that made it work. These are the people that endorsed Christopher. These are the people that introduced Christopher to the right people. We've got doctors in here. We've got videographers. We've got bookkeepers. We've got defense attorneys who are writing the contracts that people signed. Now, how can that, Eric Clayman is the person I'm talking about. How can Eric Clayman write up contract law when he is a defense attorney? You know, and then if you looked at the registered business address for Goliath Ventures, it was Eric Clayman's address. And then 4 doors down from Eric Clayman, there was another lawyers who tried to go after me and sue me and claim defamation and offer me $150,000 to take down my videos, and then staked out my neighborhood, found out where I lived and knocked on my door, and I thought it was the FBI. But no, it was private investigators hired by Goliath Ventures to actually offer me a better deal. And I said, well, I'll get my camera because I'm not going to listen to any deal unless I can record it. And they said, we're not going to tell you the deal. It's not going to be recorded. It's just you and I. And the people, and we found the investigation company in Auckland. They flew down here, staked out my neighborhood, as I said. Absolutely incredible. So all these people we have been monitoring. We've got databases on all of them. So if you are involved in the media and you want to do some good old-fashioned journalism, and you want to know what we have on these individuals, we're happy to share that data with you. We've got a team of Avengers who have worked around the clock since September the 11th. We broke the case. We brought this into the limelight, and we have stopped Goliath Ventures in its track. Now, what I want to do is I want to be there when he's sentenced. So if you want to support me, you can go to the link here, and you will find my campaign. I've just reset it back to 0. I reckon if I have $5,000 US, I can actually go there, have my flights, not first class, peasant class, or even go in the cargo bay. And also I will get myself some accommodation. And also, to be honest, guys, I actually really want security, because I do want to be there in the courtroom, but I have a few people that have already offered to be provided me security, which is really, really cool. So that's what I want to do. I'm not going to cause any scenes. I just want to sit there and listen to a guy that I've been dedicated, you know, anything from since September. I've been spending every waking hour chasing down 70% of my time in my business, and what I'm doing is actually going after Goliath Ventures. There's also some other things that are really, really good that we had a bit of luck along the way, even though mainstream media, even though I got in the front of cameras and met journalists in Orlando when I went there, some unsung heroes.
Chris Delgado got arrested today. You were the first person I had to call. What was that like emotionally?
Well, I didn't absorb the information. It was just like, it was just ridiculous. I did have a lot of interesting parts because I was talking to Homeland Security at the same time, and they didn't know he'd been arrested, or that it was, they couldn't provide me any information about the arrest. And I said, well, I've got the document here. Because he rang me because I gave him the actual court filings, and he said, we haven't got that yet. How did you get it? I said, I could tell you, but I'd have to shoot you.
It's unbelievable. I'm shocked. They never move this fast.
So John, who heads the investigation, said he's been investigating for 20 years, and he said this is the fastest that they've ever got an indictment done.
It always takes, Danny, let me tell you, it always takes years. Even I was just interviewing you a moment ago, and we were both talking, this is never gonna happen.
When I found out, I actually burst into tears, mate, I'll tell you. Even when I got back to New Zealand, my partner was taking a photo of me walking through, and I just burst into tears. it just hits you like a ton of bricks, this sort of stuff. And even just before we talked to you today, I've just found another lady that's in Canada, 230 odd thousand, put $100,000 in, sold her house, put the proceeds of her house into the investment, and also put some credit card money in there, and now she's just realised it's a scam, and she doesn't feel like she's got anyone to help her.
It's brutal. This has affected so many lives so negatively.
Yeah, so that's why we do these videos, guys. And I you know, I've said many of time, and I'm not being reckless, but I would fight this to the death. You know, like I've been criticised by Channel 9 News for not being a real journalist. CoffeeZilla has just had a court case as well with Logan Paul, and they've now managed to get some closure, and you know, he gets court cases against him as well, and they've just it's just hit the news yesterday that they've reached a settlement, which is great because no one likes court cases against them. And I've had a few, and I've won quite a few, which is really quite cool. So this was done 2 months ago, 4.2 million views. Now, journalism, I'm no CoffeeZilla, but this guy is a real journalist. He also gets in front of real people. You're real. You invested in Goliath Ventures. He had gone through over 100 people trying to get people to speak on camera. He only actually managed to get one fella. I've interviewed him. Well, I haven't interviewed him on live, but I've talked to him.
I was told about the investment opportunity, and that was on February 9th, 2024. That was the day I was told about it.
Tell me.
So yesterday I talked about, look, he's got 6,300 comments. Isn't that absolutely amazing? Absolutely incredible. But yesterday I talked about another group of individuals, which the work isn't finished here. If you go to CoffeeZilla's YouTube channel and you go to his Patreon account, you'll see that you get a lot of content, which even I'm amazed that he doesn't publish it on. He's only done 9 videos last year, on the last 12 months, but he's done a lot on the Lego scam at the moment. But if you go back here enough, you'll see that he actually talked to Patrick Ben-David and asked him why he doesn't give the $1 million back that Christopher paid to be on the stage, and why he didn't screen him properly before he had him. And then you've got, you know, he should apologize, but he didn't. And then in here we've got, you know, Coffee doing updates. That's not relevant. And then this one here is the one that I really want to go to town on, because 2 days ago I received an email from Tom Shields from the Ox's Reserve. And CoffeeZilla hasn't launched this on his YouTube channel at the moment. However, I do believe he's about to release something. And he's going to do a deep dive. And this is why my job is so exciting, because in a few months' time, I will be going to America on another secret mission. And it's not related to Goliath Ventures. However, it's in my world, I have never hoped to get to be, for the use of a better word, in the same league as these other scam busting companies. So every single scam busting YouTuber out there, I now have an opportunity to actually get inside their networks. And what that really means is, so I'm hopefully, what I'm trying to do is, I've got to go to America within twice in a 4-week period. But when I get the dates confirmed, I will, I might stay in America for a month. But that's quite expensive for me, because if I, you know, it's just a lot of money. I might be able to get somebody to look after me and all that sort of stuff, and I might be able to stay at somebody's house. But in some ways, I want my security, and you know, I don't really want to announce Danny's turning up on a certain date, because I know that Goliath Ventures has still got a few haters out there. But long story short is, I have the opportunity, because CoffeeZilla trusted me, interviewed me, paid for me to travel to see him when I was in America, and covered all my expenses and then some. And I do believe he also helped donate to me. I haven't got any proof of that because he's a humble guy. But now I have the opportunity to get big time in this. And why does that excite me? Because it's not the money, because I still don't make money out of this enough to survive. It is actually the networking. And networking is how we fight these scams. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Even the fact that I'm upsetting Channel 9 News shows that I have some sort of influence. You know, and I can still hold my own opinion. Like CoffeeZilla actually said that Darlene Jones, with her initial interviews with Chris, did a really good job. Now, I don't actually agree with that, but I'm not going to sit here and follow everything that Coffee does. I still have my own opinion. And he had his reasons for claiming that she did a good interview, probably because she got Chris to speak. And also, I've got to remember things like I haven't been interviewing, but I've been watching every time this guy farts. I've got it documented. So I know everybody involved. I just know so much about the insides of this. I know just about when Chris is going to get out of bed in the morning. At one stage, it was like that. So anyway, what I'm getting at is I now have an opportunity to go to America and be introduced to all the big people in this industry of scam busting, which is frightening and exciting because I don't hide my identity, and you are a little bit vulnerable, and you are working with a lot of people who are connected to like cartel style networks and the like. So it's quite exciting. But one thing I am
Hall of Famer
concerned
about to
about
expose a
is this video here is this guy Eric McNeil is working for a company called the Onyx Reserve, and they've just sent out a newsletter claiming that they have got a new investment opportunity for people, and you've got 45 days to rush and get involved in it. They've made a whole lot of statements which can't be challenged. So I've sent an email off to them. So at the moment, I don't want another Goliath Ventures to get traction. And as much as these guys will threaten me and tell me not to do things, they've already asked me to remove my tweets off the internet. They've ghosted me. CoffeeZilla's now done a video about them on his Patreon account. Hasn't been released, but I think there's some really exciting things coming out of this. And even to break the story about Goliath Ventures, get it investigated, get Christopher charged and then indicted, and then Christopher plead guilty to everything that we've said is amazing. But when I see these big YouTubers picking up the same stories and interviewing me, that's bloody exciting for myself and the Avengers, because all that work, and it shows that we can make a difference. So that's basically my introduction for today. You'll see here I've got some really cool music coming out. My better half, I've got 22 songs. I go out to her office and I hear that she's listening to my songs. She went skiing the other day and she's listening to my songs on my Solo account. So do check out those. I'll just put them in the chat room, but could do a few likes and also a few thumbs up on the songs to get them out there. But it's quite exciting. So far I've had 522 plays and I've got 24 likes. So please do add to that. The most exciting one is our Avenger song. We want to start up an organization that's called the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance, AAA. And that's going to be me and my Avengers. So that's quite exciting. Also, what else we got here? Get rid of that. If you do want the book of the transcripts, we've put a lot of additional information in the book. We're going to be updating this. We've also put the whole timeline of events for Goliath Ventures in the book. So check out that. All these are available on our website. We've tried to keep it as informative as well. But when people ask what Goliath Ventures was, we want to have this book. So when you purchase it, you'll get a PDF. You can download it and you can share it with anyone you want. But it's just another way of supporting what we're doing and the like. And as I said, we've started the goal of $5,000 to help get me to America. And I'm open to offers. But if you're serious, all that money will go towards my flights and accommodation and incidentals. That's tequila shots at the bar and get one of those wee guns that Christopher had squirting champagne over everybody. Oh, you know what I mean. That's pretty cool. Wayback Machine's pretty cool. But yeah, so we want to see these co-conspirators done. So let's get into it. I don't think I've got anything else I need to tell you. I'll just make sure I haven't got anything else here. Good one. Alrighty. So there's lots of stuff going down at the moment. We've got lawsuits helping people with affidavits who are trying to get people in jail, and they're asking me to write affidavits. That's quite exciting. We've got somebody else that's about to be arrested, which is even more exciting, and lots of really exciting stuff coming. So I've been doing this for 5 years, and the law system works really slow, but we've already had, I think, 3 people. Well, we've had quite a few people arrested. Bitcoin Rodney's in jail. Jason Michaels, a Nigerian scammer, $1.6 billion. He's in jail. And we've got some other people that we're heading to jail pretty soon, obviously Christopher. So it's quite exciting when, after you've been doing this for so long and things move so slow, it's just going to be quite exciting seeing them all go to jail. Right, so if you want the inside take on today's show, we did actually, we've got a couple of shows tuning up at the moment. I just published a blog yesterday. I'm just going to give you a bit of a rundown on some of the stuff we've done. So the blog that we're about to do is this one. Obviously, five videos released, and then they all got removed from WFTV. We've published a song about it, and then we've basically given you a breakdown of each of what he claimed through in a whole blog. So if you want to check out that blog and just read that blog, maybe download it on your phone and listen to it or read it, that basically gives you a summary of everything we're about today. And obviously you can click on Goliath, and when you click on Goliath, you'll actually get the whole breakdown of our first interview. You can get the memos, and you can go through and read the whole lot. You can obviously see the link of CoffeeZilla video, and you can actually see even me when I was in Orlando and how I traveled there and what I did, my whole journey from leaving home to the whole lot. If you want to bore yourself to death, there's an hour 22 of the most funniest stuff. I showed you the hotel unit. This is where I stayed. This was the first room I got to. Then they started jackhammering the roof for some reason. I was on the 13th floor, and this is where I was going to be interviewed by the media. It's quite a nice room, but at the end of it, they finished up moving me to an amazing room. I went out for the day. Then I went to Fox Studio and got a thing, and then I went to other news agencies, West. Talked to Gary Fox, who was the man yelling at Christopher when he first came out of the thing. And we even had an opportunity, obviously, to go inside the building of where Christopher claims. We even went to the fire brigade. And I wanted to go in there and ask if they knew Steve Davis. And then we went to Chris's house. We got snuck into the neighborhood and had a look at that. So if you are looking at something exciting, I did go to the fun park, went to Universal Studios. We knew that they went there and they trashed some of their equipment one night when they had a party. Even went on a roller coaster, documented all that. That was actually most exciting. I can't believe I actually went on this thing here and stayed intact. I even meet some dirty sharks and liking that. And then just as I was leaving Orlando, I found out that people had discovered that I was in Orlando, and it was like I just left at the right time. And then what I did then is I went to Texas and had an interview with CoffeeZilla, which was the most amazing thing ever. But I didn't just do that. I got picked up by this amazing guy called the Red Raptor, which is Richard. He said, I want to pick you up from the airport. So he took a load, 8 hours drive, and I met him for the first time face to face. Within a few minutes, we were involved in a police chase, which is really exciting. So I'm going to just see if I can zoom that along. And then here's the policeman. He's pulled up this individual. Richard's bringing out his fully loaded 18-wheeler truck. And next minute, this policeman actually pulls out his gun because the guy in the car pulled out his gun. And then we're off chasing down the road. We finished up we finished up meeting the policeman that was pulling the gun, and they wanted the video that we took of them doing the chase, and we gave them the video. So we had a lot of fun. I still remember, everything that happened. There was lots of stuff I couldn't put in these videos, but it was me coming home, leaving America and then turning up back home and meeting Pixel, my dog, was so glad to meet me. So it's been a real emotional journey. It's probably been the best investment of my life, even though I've been doing this for 5 years. But I just wanted to document my time in America and what this actually means to me.
New
I'm always
donation
posting
from the big_egg.
Oh, you awesome, man. Now, this is really a big thing. So if you may not realize what you've just done there, my friend who's just donated that, but if you go to my campaign here, you can now see that I am 1% of my goal. I need 99% more, but that is very generous. So now we've started the journey of me going to America again. But thank you so much, the Big Rig. I really appreciate that. It's really cool, and really much appreciated. So I'm going to keep that. I haven't done this before. So that's absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to share that with an individual who I believe I had a couple of individuals who offered to donate to my trip to America. So let's see if we get that happen. So it's brilliant. So there we go, guys. All right, so let's get started. I don't like asking for money. It is a funny industry I'm in, though, when you think about this, though, because I'm actually going after people that have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in Ponzi schemes and scams. A lot of the time realize they've lost all their money. And then I'm also chasing down scammers that claim that I am exposing them because of money. And it's an oxymoron, really, because the reason why the scammers are out there promoting their opportunities is because they want to be rich. And then people that have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in a scam often lose it all. And here I am trying to save people from this money. And at the end of the day, the people that support me are often people that like fighting scams as well, that may not have even lost any money to a scam. But my clients aren't the wealthy ones anymore because often they've lost everything. So it's kind of like, it's not, if I was doing it for the money, as I get accused a lot of the times, then I should be running a scam rather than trying to expose scams because I'm in the wrong industry, put it that way. Alrighty, so let's get stuck into today's thing. I'm going to play the first part because a lot of people don't watch all my videos, but this is the
New donation from Danny IS, an investigative journalist.
Woo, I am. Don't tell Darlene. She thinks I'm not a real journalist. Isn't that ironic? So she's a couple of times admitted that I'm not a real journalist and they don't want to interview me for that reason. And the same person said to them, he's 10 times a journalist. They read me the letter they sent to her. He said he's 10 times the journalist you'll ever be. And he broke the story. If you're a real journalist, why didn't you break the story about Goliath Ventures being a scam? And I tell you what, they call themselves investigative journalists. But do they actually stop these Ponzi schemes? Or do they report? I was trying to figure out how this works and where I fit into it. So I'm an investigative journalist. So I ask questions to people that are potentially running a Ponzi scheme or a scam. And then if I don't get an answer, I report about it on my website. Now, just picking on Darlene, which I think Darlene is actually the wrong person to run this interview. For example, she doesn't know anything about crypto. She was struggling to figure out what NLP was all about. She doesn't even know what liquidity pool was. She was even asking questions whether she was playing dumb about white labeling. So white labeling is basically taking somebody else's product and putting your own logo on top of it and say it's yours and not telling people who's really behind it. So I don't believe she asked the hard questions. I don't think she was the right girl for the job or the right guy for the job. and I would have liked the opportunity to interview Chris. And what you don't know is I actually nearly did have that opportunity to interview Chris. We got interceded by Christopher, reached out to her, going by her own admission. But I also had other people that have been talking to Chris, and there was a catastrophe in the middle of it all. But they had to finish the interview they were currently doing with Chris, and they were going to reconnect for another interview. And in between that, I said, well, why don't you ask Chris whether he would let me interview him? So that would have been a hoot. And that still may happen, who knows. But if that is possible, I'd be quite happy to meet with Christopher face to face. And I'd be quite interesting to ask him a few questions. And I'll do it my style, not that style. So that's the honest truth, guys. I feel like I've been on the pulse of this since the 1st of September. Before that, I don't have any feelings for Chris. I don't have any competitive streak in me. To me, it's not between Chris and me. I just love to know the psychology that really gets Christopher into doing. How does somebody get to the stage where they can take someone's life savings and divvy it up to their sales team, and then take that money and put it into their coffers, and then use that to pay other investors, hoping that they're going to get more investors to invest money and sleep at night? How does that actually? I believe that Chris might have a heart somewhere. And I think, I always remember, this is a personal story, but when my ex-wife told me she wanted a divorce, she had been trying to pluck up the courage for 8 months to tell me, because she said we were good mates and she really loved me and all that sort of stuff, but she didn't want to spend the rest of her life with me. I can't imagine that. But anyway, that's what she told me. So when she told me that, it was like, hit me like a ton of bricks. And to this point, the very next day, I had a burst appendix and spent the next 2 weeks of my life trying to live. But what I'm getting at is I remember laying in bed in a whole lot of pain before my appendix burst, and she was in the horse arena going around and around in circles, jumping the horse like she was happy. And I'm thinking, how can she be so happy when I've just been told that, she wants a divorce? And then later on, after getting through it all, I thought about it. She'd been holding this back for 8 months. And when she said that she wanted a divorce, she felt free. It was me who was trying to process it. And a lot of people who go through grief, often I talk about the 5 stages of grief, anger, acceptance, denial, and all those. I can't remember the other 2 off the top of my head, but Christopher has been living a lie for at least 3.5 years, if not longer. And all of a sudden he's in Dubai with his ex-wife and his children, hiding out in the apartment, hoping they can get back to US soil and not go straight to jail. So he knows it's over and the game is up. So after living a lie for 3.5 years, he's now got enough courage to confess to the Department of Justice what he's done. And now he's got that sense of relief where he can actually stop living a lie. And I think and then in the meantime, all the investors are angry. Some people don't want to talk about it. Some people are ashamed and whatever it is. But you've got to go through those 5 stages. I really believe that's how it works. But so I think, if we look at Chris in these videos, he's probably like, well, I don't have to live a lie anymore. Maybe that's why he's so really, yeah. So no, thank you very much for the kind words, and thank you, Big Rig. I really do appreciate your support. I know we've chatted offline, I think, but yeah, I do appreciate the support where you can, if you can. So that's really cool. So let's get into this. So let's listen to the first ramble about everything here. I'm just going to go get a glass of water while she's talking for a minute. Won't be a second. Hopefully there's no echo. If there is an echo, let me know.
And investigative reporter Darlene Jones, based here in Orlando, Florida. Many of you have followed my extensive reporting, Goliath Falls, which is a series of reports that focus on my exclusive interview with Christopher Delgado, the former CEO of Goliath Ventures. It's about 7 hours total, recorded over several weeks, in the weeks after he was arrested and placed on home confinement. In May, just 4 days after our first story aired, we received a federal subpoena for that video of that interview, which is not protected by reporter privilege. We are posting the interview here on YouTube so that you can also see it. During my interview, Christopher Delgado made a lot of accusations against some of the people who worked for Goliath Ventures and some high-profile people he was connected with in the Central Florida community. I have been in contact with attorneys representing some of those who Delgado made allegations against. So far, none of them have been charged with any crime. So without independent confirmation of the allegations, we here at Eyewitness News made the ethical journalistic decision not to name them at this time. It is important for you all to know that in journalism, we are held to a much higher standard than bloggers and social media enthusiasts who may post content on their platforms with a less stringent verification process. We will continue with our diligent reporting to verify the facts in this important ongoing federal case. And we will update this site and all of our WFTV platforms with the latest information as we do so.
Excellent. Here we go.
What do you have, Carrie?
His octopus table.
Oh my.
Carrie's
That was
again,
in my
right?
original cigar room.
What were you going to do here?
This was just going to be more like a social hangout, more like a more formal living room. We were going to redo the couches, the fireplace. That's a new dining room table. Just kind of make this more of a formal sit-down room.
You going to leave it packed up?
I don't even know how to put it together, or if I have all the pieces, to be honest with you.
Why? What happened?
I mean, everything kind of everything. My focus when this was starting, the company was falling apart and we were bleeding money. So
This brings me a lot of joy because I know at the time when we push hard against these companies, we know that it hurts them. But when I hear this, I realize that we do make a difference. Of all these emails, all these people that we contact, all the investors that we could contact, every investor that we saw holding up a plaque that they received from going to some dinner or something, we reached out to all of them continuously. And then they obviously contact Chris, ask what's going on, who this guy in New Zealand is and all this sort of stuff. But when I see the detrimental effects that we've had on these individuals and the disruption we've caused, we realize that all that hard work isn't in vain.
I didn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to continue the remodeling because I was paying our investors. Not only that,
It wasn't paying your investors.
we had this Christmas party to
You
put
were
on.
paying the co-conspirators.
Four Seasons.
No, this one was at the Fontainebleau.
Oh, in Miami.
Yeah, in Miami. Yeah. And we still had a very big outstanding bill to pay for that. So the company was bleeding a lot of money now at this time, and I didn't have the funds to continue this.
Oh. What do you mean? I mean, think about what he's just saying here, guys. He's got no income money at all. No income. And no money coming in from anything they're doing to generate an income. He's solely relying on money coming in from new investors. And now he's kind of painted a picture that he didn't have enough money to keep his lifestyle going. And then in one breath, he's saying that he didn't want to live this lifestyle, but he sort of had to keep attracting the investors that he was going after because the expectations that they put on him to live a certain lifestyle if he was doing this well. It's just the contradictions in the psychology against what he's trying to feed the reporter is just crazy.
Wow. Why did you choose the name Goliath?
I wanted a name that when you heard the name, it was bigger than you. Everyone knows the biblical story of Goliath. He was the conqueror of nations. He was a one-man army. And any village or any nation he went into, he took over. And people trembled at the name of Goliath. And that's what I wanted. I wanted people to hear Goliath and know we were so big that you wouldn't either dare to cross us or you would join us. My dad actually brought up the name when I first moved him.
This is funny.
From California to Florida. And maybe this is where I Icarus myself, but he said, you know how Goliath ended.
Yeah. Danny hit him with a stone in the forehead.
And I told him, yes, but it was only by a miracle of God that David took down Goliath. I didn't know I had a whole city coming for my throat.
Oh, what a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish. I mean, he's blaming, like, you know, that statement is just batshit crazy, isn't it, really? He didn't know the whole city was coming after him because he was just trying to do the right thing. You know, I mean, really? You just defrauded everyone of their money, and they were getting suspicious because all these articles were being posted onto heck.com telling everyone what was really going on, and they were now being concerned. So now everyone's coming after you.
Goliath falls.
Again. It's why we had to change so many things down the line. Because as things started popping up and I became made aware, we had to make changes. So that's why we put the 100K minimum. That's why we put you had to be an accredited investor. That's why we changed the contracts. That's why we made so many different changes, because we needed to stop what people were doing out of my supervision.
Oh, so if they were in Chris's, now remember, if you think about this, guys, I mean, this is bullshit on bullshit. Christopher said he never solicited any money for Goliath. He never, ever brought in a dime for his own company. He just was out there doing lifestyle marketing, looking like he's a raving success. But now he's telling you that all these deals were happening out of his control. So you can't eat your cake and eat it too. Is that what he's trying to say?
What's the retirement plan?
What's the retirement plan? Well, I'll give you a sound effect for that one. Let's see if we can find it. Sound familiar? Counting how many times the jail goes clink, doors go clink every day is his retirement plan now. Oh, I think they just cut that.
Had architected a way to move retirement money, qualified retirement money.
Hold on a minute. He did cut it. Now, if we go back, now it's 5:49. Well, right. Now, what they're doing is what you may not realize is Matt Burke had the company called Wealth MD, right? Now, if we go back to, let's go back to here, and we go back to Ponzi schemes and scams, we come down to Wealth MD. So if you don't know anything about Wealth MD, this was, oh, these are on Vimeo. Okay. We've got these videos. Oh, that's interesting. Of these retirement people sitting here, which we believe Gary Rice filmed this old lady and what used to be, I'm just going to see if I refresh that. And this individual here, you see. So we originally had these videos. We actually lost them. CoffeeZilla, I don't know how he did it, managed to find these videos again. But this guy was telling you he was retired pharmacist, and they were alleging that they were using Wealth MD's services. And look, even the first contract that we got. So Wealth MD, if you don't know this, this will be fascinating to people that haven't followed it like we have. But Wealth MD had their own fund. And they were offering retirees 2%. If they put $1 million of their money in there, they were offering them 2% per month. These contracts were identical to Goliath Ventures. So they were literally, get this, Wealth MD was white labeling Goliath Ventures. Goliath Ventures are now admitting that they were white labeling Wealth NLP. So this is the third layer of white labeling, and it was ridiculous. But this contract was identical to Goliath. And if you look at the very bottom down the bottom here, you can actually see Travis and Wealth, you know, how the withdrawals worked. Even if you read about the insurance, that they were claiming that these funds were insured, if you wanted information about the insurance, the contract that you signed didn't have that information about the insurance. It told you to contact them if you wanted to know about the insurance that they had on this fund. So if you went to Wealth MD, and I don't know why I haven't done this earlier, but if I go to Wealth MD and what I'm getting at, I think they cut Matt Burks' name out of this. And Matt Burks is going down big time, ladies and gentlemen. When that jumped, I think they actually cut Matt Burks' name out of it because, as she said at the start, they selected the names they wanted out because they actually, if you go back to what she said at the start, which is a terrible thing that I believe they've done, but they've admitted that they're not going to name other people involved in Goliath Ventures because Christopher's the only person that's been charged. So they have chosen to cut out some people's names but left other people's names in it, which is a contradiction. So this was Wealth Management, and it's actually called Wealth Management Doctors. So Wealth MD is another investment company, not to be mistaken as this version of Wealth MD. And you come through here and you read about it, and this is their website, last one, right? But if you go back, so when we got those videos of those old couples that I believe would be filmed by Gary Rice, have I said his name right? Probably haven't. What I'm getting at is these old people were giving fake testimonials, and we believe they were paid actors. So these videos were actually used as evidence that they were running, that they were actually controlling people's 401ks. But I believe these testimonials were all forged. And then they used them against. Now, I've actually never seen this version of this website. I've just stumbled across the, I've dropped my liquors. Don't you hate it when that happens? 1 minute. Nope. No. Right. Anyway, so I'm going to persevere here. 1 minute. So the company, there was a guy called Trevor White. So if you go down here, there we go. And here's the two videos with the great testimonials. So when we started blowing this up, they removed the two testimonials. But the two testimonials condemned them. So it's brilliant. So I'm just going to future-proof myself here for next time. Put that link in there. But yeah, so that was quite exciting. But funny enough, when CoffeeZilla was putting together his thing, I said, yeah, I've got these videos because they were embedded on Vimeo. He managed to get them somehow. I don't know how he did that. What else can I show you here? So we've got the two founders, and it was John T. Little. He must be called Travis. I don't know how that works. Matt Burks, and definitely. Anyway, so let's go back. So I believe that they cut out Matt Burks' name here because if you hear about it, just pretend where he jumps, pretend you hear the word Matt Burks.
What people were doing out of my supervision.
What's the retirement plan?
There, Matt Burke, you know, they just chopped out a section there, and I believe that's why they've. So if I'm right, and this is just my assumptions, I don't know. They chop out Matt Burke's name, but they didn't chop out Mark Najib's name, Nick's name, Jason's name, the people in Dubai's name, whatever their names is. So it's just showing you that I believe that Channel 9 News is trying to control the narrative on who they throw under the bus, and giving Christopher a camera or a voice is disgusting. And that's why I'll stand by that. And I know when he mentioned, who he's actually talking about.
He had architected a way to move retirement money, qualified retirement money, out of a retirement account and into Goliath. Right. Now, we are going to stop. This video is only 44 minutes long. But if we go back to here, and we go back to my heroes,
from trust as well.
Now, you watch this. So, CoffeeZilla's video, we talk about Matt Burks. Oh, there he is, Matt Burks. So this is it here.
Program I had seen pop up over and over again. Well, if you go to their page, who do you find behind it? None other than Matt Burks. The same person behind the audit company, BlackBlock, is the founder of My Wealth MD, and I got a copy of their investment contract.
From me.
What I noticed is it looks very similar to Goliath's, but it gave you lower profits, only 2% a month for the first $1 million. And to make it stranger, Goliath Ventures was nowhere mentioned on their contract at all. Not only that, the website was clearly catered to older people, which concerned me. Unlike Goliath, they had videos of retirees endorsing the company.
Definitely recommend them in particular.
That was the guy Travis Little, whatever his name was.
For any financial retirement goals.
I couldn't believe that Coffee could find these videos. They were removed from Vimeo. I stored them somewhere, and if I spent a day looking for them, I would have found them, but I didn't. And then all of a sudden, Coffee said, I found them. And I'm going, how do you know that I don't know? But anyway, these videos were brilliant.
Yeah, I'd feel very confident giving his name out to any of my friends or relatives.
So this proved these testimonials, even if they were forged, were basically saying, if you have forged them, now we're going to use these videos against you, because in these videos, these people are claiming that they have been using the services of WebMD.
I would recommend to anyone,
John.
Friends, people I care about, have him meet with them and discuss their...
So if you know this old couple, we would love to know whether you got paid to do these testimonials. If you did get paid, or even if you dropped us a line telling us whether the videographer was Gary Rice, we would love to know.
issues, because I feel sure he can help.
Now, I guess the question is this related to Goliath if their name's not on the contract? Well, that's when Danny found an insider meeting between Goliath and Matt Burks, explaining how they'd be managing retirement funds through My Wealth MD.
It's $1 trillion market, retirement accounts. So on qualified money, yes, essentially the way it works is whatever percentage they get paid, the fee over that just gets split between the referring partner or director and Wealth MD. That's how it works. Wealth MD does all of the work.
What's the split?
You're responsible for zero. It's just half and half. You do zero work.
Zero work for you. This is a room of basically recruiters for Goliath Ventures, and what they're told is they could get retirement money and funnel it into My Wealth MD, who would manage the back end and split profits with them. And then someone asked, when can we start doing this?
For us.
Does this go into effect
right
now?
Right now it's available.
Real
right
quick.
Now. Yeah.
Time out.
Right.
Time out. Sit before you don't get too excited. If someone is currently at a job, they have a 401k, thrift savings plan, something like that, that money we can't touch. If they are currently making contributions into a plan, it is not eligible for rollout in service.
There is one.
Get them to retire today.
This is why if someone has a qualified plan, you say, call Matt. I know those questions to ask. And so if there's a way to get the money out, I will get it.
Wow. So My Avengers found this video, which was an in-house video. 39 people had viewed it ever. And that basically exposed the whole ins and outs. So when I gave that to Coffee, you can imagine. But here's Christopher now in his own admission talking about Matt Burks, even though they've admitted his name out. How can you know, he's admitting that they were going after that 401k money. And how disgusting is that? Now, Bernie Madoff actually got 150 years in jail. And this is why I think that Chris is lucky to only get 50 so far. Because let's say Matt Burke has been going after people's 401ks. Each of those offences, I believe, is a 30-year sentence. So Christopher's 50 is looking pretty light. But if we get a list of people who listen to Matt Burks or listen to a company that was using a white labeled service of Goliath Ventures who's using a white label service of Wealth MD, you see where I'm going with this? It's just incredible. So anyway, let's go back to Chris and see what else he's going to say about Wealth MD.
So if I had a pension or 401k, then I could...
He had built a vehicle for you to remove that money tax-free before what is it, 59 and a half, to then move it into.
All right. So if you do move your 401k and you are licensed to actually handle people's 401ks, there is a 30% or 35% penalty you pay from moving it from one fund to the other. So what Christopher's actually claiming is that Matt Burke had come up with a way of people in their retirement money to move from one fund to the other without forming any tax. That's what I believe. Hey, Susie, nice to see you here.
Goliath.
How?
He was the architect. We did, what I was aware of or what I knew was we had relationships with a company called Madison Trust, and there was another company that was basically the inner workings.
Susie, who was Madison Trust? I know you've told me 100 times, I forget, but isn't that an insurance company that was claiming it was insured? Which is utterly ridiculous. And we followed up with all the insurance companies that we thought may have been entertaining the idea of insuring this high-risk investment. But it'd be interesting.
How this money can move. But it wasn't a simple, from my understanding, even when the money had to move back out of Goliath, it wasn't a direct wire. That would have been a tax event. So it had to move in a specific way back into...
Isn't that called tax avoidance? Isn't that still illegal?
Your pocket.
Oh my God. I can't believe. I mean, come on, ask some decent questions here. I mean, I'm not an accountant. I'm not even a proper journalist, but I'd be asking more questions than this. I mean, maybe, I don't know. This is just batshit crazy in my opinion. Afternoon.
Where's Madison Trust based?
I believe New York City.
So then the firefighters and nurses, who formulated that plan?
Again, this was all oversaw by Nick. He was a...
Oh my God. Let's just throw Nick under the bus, eh? No responsibility. My company, they didn't run things by me, but every mistake that was made, I'm now passing the soap.
We're seeing the directors. So whoever the directors were talking to, whoever they were having conversations with, this is where those people came from. So we had 12, 13 directors in our company, and they're talking to their friends and their families and their friends of friends and stuff like that. So, eventually you're going to talk to firefighters, policemen, teachers, nurses, whoever it might be.
So whatever vehicle Nick created to circumvent how...
I mean, this is really disgusting though, isn't it, really? So she's letting him, and let's just say Nick's innocent here, and I don't believe for a minute he is, and let's just say Nick 100% knew what was going on and knew everything about it, right? But she's also letting Christopher worm his way out and alleging that. So what Christopher's trying to do here is allege that he's a victim, and she's letting him away with it.
Pulling your 401k, your pension, whatever out.
Oh, I see. Thanks,
That
Suze.
wasn't legal.
It was legal, yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a legal instrument. We're using a specific bank.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
To move and structure. So the money would move into a qualified LLC.
Got it.
The LLC would go into the Madison Trust Bank, and Madison Trust would then allocate the money to us. So it was a legal movement of funds. What I'm saying was these weren't my...
Look, I'm sorry, but I'm not educated enough here, but the first red flag I would be saying is any money that goes from one entity to another, normally you need to... it gets flagged, right? You'd have to do what do they call it? You'd have to explain to the bank why so much money was moving from one entity to the other. And all I hear in my head when I hear that type of money being moved around is money laundering. It's if you were moving funds that are more than, is it $10,000, that you have to explain where that money's come from and the origins of the money and the like. I mean, are they talking about a loophole, or are they talking about a bank that was turning a blind eye, or an entity that was moving money around? I would love to know what part of this is actually legitimate. And I'm sure that if you're standing here with a proper accountant and maybe a bank of some authority, whether they would say, oh yeah, that's a normal business practice, or would your accountant go, don't do that, because that's going to get you liable to be in a whole lot of shit. But I see just admitting on camera here that they were, as we have it, multiple, it is textbook money laundering. That's what I'm thinking. He is literally describing tax evasion. That's what I'm thinking. Susie said SDIRAs, self-directed individuals retirement accounts. All right. KYC details. Yeah, g'day, Glitter Toast. Nice to see you here, my friend. Hey, I'm wearing your favourite shirt today. I think I've ordered 2 of my own new shirts today. So I'm going to be able to have a different colour than bright orange, but I'm looking forward to that. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that we're all on the same page with that. The only one that doesn't seem to think, well, there's 2 people on the screen right now. Well, there's 3 people if you include me, who seem to think that might be feasible or legitimate. I would challenge that even if I didn't know what I was talking about. I would be saying it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound legal. Who told you it was? Hey, nice to see you here. Nice to see you. Welcome back.
Ideas. These weren't, I wasn't pushing for these things. I wasn't trying to find more money. The people pushing these things were the ones that had alternative.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back because I overtalked
to us. So it was a legal movement of funds. What I'm saying was, these weren't my ideas. These weren't, I wasn't pushing for these things. I wasn't trying to find more money. The people pushing these things were the ones that had alternative motives in this whole thing. They were the ones pushing to tap into 401ks. They were the ones pushing.
So who he's talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is actually Matt Burks. And I just lost a bit of food here, but I think I got it. Eat my licorice. So, as we just pointed out, he's talking about Matt Burks here and Piers Curry. Matt Burks was a parish in a church. We wrote to the church and asked them if they knew what he's been up to when he's not on the stage. They scrubbed him from the internet. Every single video of Matt Burks preaching for the West Lake Church, Lakeside Church, has been removed off the internet. They never even replied to any of our emails. They just literally scrubbed him from the internet. And Matt Burks, we've had people that know him quite well. You know, he would buy the neighbour's house when it came up for sale with cash. And, you know, he's got more money than bull shit at the moment. And if you didn't listen to the Jonathan Mason recordings, the alleged $15 million investment that they were hoping to get from New York, when Jonathan Mason was talking to him, or leaving a message for him. What am I trying to say? I've forgotten already. Jonathan Mason was trying to encourage this investor to reinvest with money he's lost, where he hasn't got any more, into Matt Burks' new investment, which was a 3.5 per month payment, not a 5% one as he was getting, but a 3.5% return per month. And he also said to the $50 million investor that if he brought friends in, he would get a percentage. So they were continuing doing the same thing that Goliath have fallen for. Matt Burks hasn't been charged yet. I do believe that Nick Petrillo, Matt Burks, Piers Curry, Jonathan Mason, and Jay Newton are the top 5 that are going to get charged next. But what we can see here is the unraveling of this. When you know both sides of the story as much as we can, it's breathtaking. Now, that's why we want to go after the Onyx Reserve, and I want to do an investigation on, Tom Shields and also Eric McNeil, because they are still providing investment opportunities for people. And through all my research and all my knowledge of what I've been doing for the last 5 years with my ventures, we know that what they're offering people is too good to be true. So rather than sitting here watching other people carry on doing the same thing, expecting different results, we actually want to, publicly name and shame anyone running or promoting these Ponzi schemes and scams. And we want to hold them accountable before they push people over the cliff, because we're sick and tired of helping people at the bottom of the cliff. We don't want to be here for victims. We want to stop them losing their money. We want people to come to us, ask us to do research on investments that they're about to invest in, and we'll highlight all the red flags. Don't do this on your own, because these are, if you're going to rely on a friend's recommendation, or a friend saying, yes, they have insurance, or a friend saying, look at how much money I'm making, then don't. You want to rely on what we are saying. We want to highlight all the red flags on why you shouldn't invest in something that sounds too good to be true. These individuals haven't stopped. Christopher has got an ankle bracelet on, and he's stopped. But his co-conspirators are running free today. And that's what we want to stop.
To get more books of business. They're the ones pushing to have firefighters and other people come in because they were getting the override on how much money was coming into Goliath.
Because they were getting their percentage.
Correct.
Based on. I am just stunned that someone would drain their 401k, their pension, whatever, and like bet on this fund.
Are you? Are you embarrassed because that's what you did? Don't worry about it. Sorry, or do worry about the money, but don't worry about the fact that you got tricked by doing that. Because you got, technically speaking, it's quite audacious what they've done, if that's the right word. And, you're not the only one. 2,000 people got hooked out of their money. And they went after vulnerable people. That's why I'm sick of these videos of Christopher. This guy is not a failed businessman. He is a fraudster. He calculated what he did, and he was methodically doing it. He was getting involved in charities, not because he wanted to give back to those charities, but because he wanted to go to those royal gala dinners and put himself around all the wealthy people in Orlando. And that's how it worked, and it's disgusting. So this is not a failed businessman. This is a fraudster being given a video camera to control the narrative. And we want to make sure you're fully aware that this guy is a liar, a bottom feeder, and he's definitely not a good father. He's not even a bloody good cook. He's a burger flipper. And he's a fraudster that got fired twice in his career already. And he's associated with a lot of other scams and scammers that are still in operation today.
Well, you have to think it's a new technology, crypto, the whole industry. It's an unknown. People don't really know about it, don't know how it works. So then in the unknown, you have unlimited possibilities.
Thank you for
when
being
you know
there.
how something works, indefinite.
Nice to have on board.
And you veer outside of that, they can always say, no. This system has worked for 50 years. We know what it produces. We know how it runs. When you go into an unknown possibility, then can a return or the possibilities then become unknown. So yes, they, in a traditional retirement, they knew what the returns were, and they're garbage, but they knew they were garbage, and they knew that's what they could get. But if you could move it into a new technology, well, is the possibility really there?
Is this bullshit or what?
Man.
She just said, man. I mean, but really? So Christopher doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about. Excuse my French. I mean, really? You're going to take some person's retirement money, somebody who's 75 years of age, who may live to 100, the next 25 years of their life. He's going to take their secured, government-backed, normally, isn't it, 401k, and put it on the most volatile industry ever when he doesn't know shit. I'm still getting over the fact what Carl Moon said yesterday about the people that he was consulting have now been ordered to pay $3.6 million back to Carl Moon for defrauding him. And these are the same people that Christopher claims that he was consulting. So, this is just lies, lies, and lies and misconceptions. And Darlene, I'm sorry, but rather than sitting here with a soft voice, you should have gone up and slapped him across the face. Just saying. What? She's speechless.
Did I see everything?
Oh my God, really? He just told you that he's stealing people's 401k's money, and you want to go through and carry on looking at the house to show people the house.
We can walk outside if you want. in the
I might get hit
backyard.
by a golf ball.
Yeah. I'm surprised no one shot at this window yet.
What? What? I'm surprised no one has shot out this window. Did he mean with a golf ball? Well, we're surprised as well, but I'm pretty sure I know some people that could have it arranged.
Well, what would be the point?
I mean, look how many golf balls I have in my yard. What's that point?
Did you see those when they came in, like the golf balls?
I've only been in the backyard twice when I've heard golf balls land in my yard. One landed in the pool. That's how I heard it. And then one hit a tree.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah. It's definitely purposeful. Yeah.
You think somebody's intentionally?
For sure.
What would be
I
the
bought
purpose?
this house and I had 2 golf balls in my yard. Then all this stuff comes out months later, and now I have 20 golf balls in my yard a day. And they're expensive golf balls. So unless Islesworth moved to amateur hour.
How brilliant is that? Hey, when I go to Orlando, I'm no good at playing golf, but I did get a hole-in-one in my very first game of golf ever. It was on the 11th hole. It was only 138 meters, and it was a 9-par golf course. And I've played about 6 games of golf in my entire life, and I'm shit. But on my very first game of golf, on a 9-par, I got a hole-in-one. And when I hit it, it went along the ground in a straight line and went in the hole. And my client I was with had played golf his whole life, and he said, I've never got a hole-in-one. But that's the type of lucky individual I am. But if I get to go to Orlando and I'm allowed to go to that golf course, anyone want to go for a game of golf? I'm keen. And if he thinks 20 golf balls can go in his yard, what about 200? I could just like tee up the golf thing, and if I could get it into his house, I'd call it the hole-in-one every time. But I could just sit there all day long until I was asked to leave. That'd be quite funny. But if you're playing golf, make sure you send more golf balls to Chris. Isn't that crazy? And we do actually have, I think I do actually have photos of Christopher. Let's go home. And I think, how do I find this without incriminating it too much? Let's go there. Where have we got? Life Ventures. Oh, hold on a minute. I'll just take this off. I don't want to. Got some people that we don't believe are so well involved now, so we'll just put that back. There we go. There's Chris. And if we go to images, I think we've got one of them sitting outside. There he is. So here's Christopher sitting outside. I also have a video which I got asked to take offline, but one day because it incriminated somebody else. But we do have Christopher sitting outside looking at the golf balls coming in. Isn't that quite funny? Anyway, let's carry on. I diverse.
And is opened up as a public course, so anyone can play on it. Then they're definitely intentional.
That's crazy. And that's just one pile.
Yeah, there's 3.
Oh my gosh.
And then whatever my lawn guy picks up, I have no idea.
That's crazy. I gotta look at my notes.
What is this?
How were you?
Yeah, no, I was investing in crypto projects.
Oh.
I invested into one project. I put 20 grand in. When it launched, I made $2 million.
In what period of time?
An hour?
Is that how fast crypto works?
It can, yeah.
Really?
Before.
Okay, that's a pretty. Now, if that was the case, and it might have been Shimu Inu, where I actually made 6 times my money, why wouldn't he actually name what he invested in, what type of investment it was, and when it was, and more importantly, whose money was he using at the time? This is just ridiculous, even saying that. Now, let's see, after that statement, let's see what she claims. Let's see if she interrogates him for that statement. And thank you. Nice to have you, MCAR, as our new bronze member. Welcome to the channel. To say that again, thank you very much.
The ETFs and all these big institutions stepped in. Yeah, crypto was the Wild West. You put 15, 20, 30 My friend put 10 grand into a coin.
This is his friend, his only friend ever is Carl Moon, everybody. So Carl Moon's been pretty cool to us and communicating with us quite a lot. But his only friend that he's talking about is Carl Moon. I don't think he's got any other friends. And obviously his associates have just now ripped off Carl Moon and lost a $3.6 million lawsuit, which I hopefully will get the court documents with in the not too distant future. So here we go.
It launched and it went up to $900,000.
So how do you get this converted back to real money?
Oh my God. Really? Really? Even I know how to do that. What you do is you convert it back to USDT, and then you find someone like easycrypto.co.nz, which is, and then they will basically take a percentage, normally about $30 on every 1,000, and then they'll convert it back into real money, and it will go back into your bank account. But hey, I'm glad you asked that question. Does anyone else not know how to convert crypto back into real money? But you know why people don't? I actually never picked up. You know why people don't convert it back to real money? Because then you pay tax on it. You know, and then we had one investor who unfortunately thought it was a good idea to convert his money back to fiat country every time he got paid a dividend. And then he would use that dividend money that he got back to fiat country to reinvest into Goliath. And then he lost all the money with Goliath, right? Every cent of it. And then he's now left with the tax bill. Do you follow what I'm saying? So let's say he invested $500,000 with Goliath and they paid him out the $25,000 each month. So then he would take out the $25,000, convert it back to fiat, put it into his bank account. Then he would take the money from his bank account and reinvest it into Goliath. And then Goliath lost all his money. But in the meantime, the introduced funds back into the real world is now taxable. So he's left to pay tax on the dividends that he reinvested. It gets bad, eh? But that's what some people did, we heard of, and it was like, Okay, so now the other one too, glitter toast, you're awesome. Sounds like a rug pull. Yeah, so, and this is what we've accused other people that we've mentioned already in today's talk. We have actually accused them of rug pulling. And, you know, like one of the guys that's just been put into forced liquidation is a guy called, who ran Super One. And we've been following him for nearly, 5 years. And he's just been put into forced liquidation. Now, when we first investigated Super One's tokens, he owned 51% of the tokens. He bought them himself. And then he basically put a value of these tokens onto the market. And let's say those tokens are worth $3 each. So then everyone goes and says, oh, look, 51% of these tokens have been purchased for $3 each. Now that's where they claim they get the value from. So then they start selling these tokens from a artificial valuation of $3 each. And let's say they sell 20% of these tokens. Then what he does, he goes and puts the 51% of the tokens that he has for sale for $2. And everyone buys them because they are cheap and, you know, less than whatever they're worth. And then the value of the token's actually not actually genuine because it was a rug pull. I don't even know if I'm explaining it right, but if you go and see any tokens that are worth a certain value, you want to figure out who owns the majority of the tokens before you invest. So these whales come along and buy a whole lot of these tokens, and then they hold the majority share of what happens to these tokens. And then other people buy in, and then the majority shareholder basically pulls out all his tokens or sells them cheap or moves them on to some other whatever. And then that's what they call a rug pull. So that's a very good thing that you said, because it does sound exactly like a rug pull. But anyway, Chris, keep telling us some of the good stories. Meme coins, that's right.
So all you do is you change it back into a stable coin and then move it to a centralized exchange like Binance or Coinbase, and then you can sell it there and then move the cash to your bank. It's a industry at the time that had zero oversight and zero regulation. So your traditional pump and dump stocks that were happening
here we go
during the early stock market developments and the dot-coms and all that kind of stuff was the same thing happening in crypto. You know, you had a new entity, a new token, a new tech launch by some developer in Pakistan or India or God knows where.
He's talking about meme coins.
It's zero oversight. So you have all this liquidity driving in the market, pumping these coins, and they were getting, you know,
Where's she?
You know, they're
I'm sorry, I don't want to be poor again. I'm not risking.
They're called meme coins for a reason because they.
Oh my God. And I think Susie's really summed it up really well here. We have a crypto, I can't even read the word, illiterate, interviewing a crypto illiterate. Is that what we got that right?
They would get so much traction on making fun of things, you know. Dogecoin was a race car driver's idea to just put a random dog on his side of his car.
Yeah. Sinu Inu, is it? Now, the other one here, Susie's really cool because we've looked at all these tokens. So we've 21 Ventures holds over $8 million in meme tokens. And what a shit show that is. So, yeah, so here they are holding the bag of all these worthless tokens that they've purchased in the past that they can't do anything with, I presume. Is that what you mean?
And they launched Dogecoin. And now it has one of the largest trading volumes on the market.
Crypto's a scam in itself, though, isn't it, really? Because it's only worth as much as the next person's going to pay for it. So it's just a total artificial economy, isn't it? Because no one's going to pay, if let's say Bitcoins are $100,000 each, no one's going to pay $150,000 for a Bitcoin, are they? Because they're going to buy it at 100,000. And then if it creeps up, supply, whatever, then it's all artificial money, isn't it? Anyway, I'm not a fan for crypto at all. I love the technology. I love the blockchain stuff. I love the way that you can, you know, like the NFT that we showed you of Chris's the other day, how you can actually, it always leaves a path or a footprint or, you know, even if you put your money on cold storage or, you know, you can still see where money is. You can follow, you can investigate it. You can follow the money, so to speak. You might not be able to follow who owns the wallets, but you can follow where the money's went. That's if it's an exchange on a proper blockchain.
It's like 3 billion plus of trading volume. It's bigger than some of these Fortune 500 companies.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind donation.
You have this?
Shiva.
You're into this crypto?
I was like 4 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
Now, I don't know if you noticed the product placement there. Christopher's just gone away to get a drink of 100 coconuts, which is actually funny because that company, Tomo, flew business class or first class to New Zealand to have a company with coconuts, whatever they call it, 100 coconuts. And we reached out to them. In fact, I'm going to actually show you an email that I think I actually printed off today somewhere. Where did I do that? Who was I talking to about that one? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I know. So I think this is actually quite interesting. Let's see if I can find it. You guys have been chatting too much. Here it is. Oh, shit. Would you believe that's just crashed? Hold it. So it's really funny that he's got all these drinks, coconut drinks available, to be honest, because that doesn't make sense. I just crashed my WhatsApp, and I'll see if I can bring this up. 1 minute, please, caller. So Susie might be able to, 100% coconut water, different company, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, right. Right. But we wrote, I think you're right. It was a different company that he traveled to. But there is some sort of connection. I think Christopher owned 10% of that company of some sort at that time, which was quite interesting. And then we wrote a letter to that company, basically asking if they knew what Goliath Ventures was doing. And I think I'll just see if I can bring an image. But we did have a wee bit of an image on that one. So we're talking about this company here. Pure coconut water, 100%. And you could buy one and get one free. And you can see that he's got his name on it. So we believe that at one stage he actually owned shares in that company. We heard that on the grapevine. And I also found we wrote to that company and never got a reply as well. So if you've got any dealings with that company and you want to know what we did, we can tell you a little bit of information about that company, but not a hell of a lot. But this is what we're doing here with these videos. We're not just broadcasting videos that have been taken off the internet by Channel 9 News. We're actually also actively investigating everyone that's part of this criminal network. Anyone that we believe should be scrutinised. We want to know where the money's gone. We don't know what the shareholdings are in these companies that he's doing, but for some reason he decided it was a good idea to bring out that can of drink there. And his inside fellas that he's probably associated with that company are probably quite pleased he's done that right about now. And the fact that we're talking about it, he's probably pleased about that as well. Chris was, they own 20% of this company that he's drinking the coconut drinks with. So maybe that's going to be his get out of jail money when he gets out of jail.
I missed out on Shiba. I had bought 10 grand worth of Shiba when it was worth nothing. 0.000000, whatever. And I sat on it, and I think I was going to go take a vacation. So I was like, I can just use the 10 grand because it's not doing anything there. I sell it. And then I think 2 months later, it goes up 900% or
10x.
Some ridiculous number. It would have been like $19 million if I had.
Oh, you could have used that to pay back the investors. Hey, what are you drinking there, Chris? Pure coconut water? You drink coconuts?
Are you allowed to trade now?
I'm allowed to do whatever I want. That doesn't...
With what money? Are you allowed to trade now? Really?
Have Goliath involvement or involves any of my current investors.
Did you guys have a plan for a Goliath coin at any point?
No, we always told people that if we launched
Goliath
a token
coin.
or a coin that to pull all your money out. People wanted it though.
Oh, people just wanted you to do it.
We created this. I think the crazy thing to think about is we created this cult following.
Really?
I was my own celebrity in my own company. I had no idea.
Oh my God.
I would go to events, and these are people who have given me millions of dollars. I would go to events and people were so scared to talk to me. People would be...
Okay, so he holds a $9 million Christmas party in Wyoming the night before when Punic Shaw, is it Punic Shaw? Punic Shaw had all his friends from the 7% club. He come down from the room for 20 minutes, said hello to everybody, and then ran back to his room. And that was when he already realized, remember, he said yesterday that that the Wyoming event was his goodbye, farewell Goliath event. That's why he blew $9 million on it. So, you know, it's all bullshit. If his club didn't think anything of him. G'day, Queen. Nice to see you here.
Like, can we get a picture? Or that's Chris. That's, you know. My directors would always say it's like a celebrity walked into the room and people were just in shock.
Oh my God. Have you ever thought so?
The reason we have coffee mugs is because people, and t-shirts and stuff, is because people wanted that. People are like, we want to wear, or we want.
Well, he spent $400,000. He purchased a whole lot of merchandise from Sanjay, Soliman. Is it Soliman or Sanjay and Soliman? I'm forgetting his last name. But anyway, it's Sanjay. And it's now stuck in a container. And a guy that we know that was on our show earlier on actually says he's trying to sell it now. If you want to buy any merch because you're so proud of the name Goliath Ventures, let me know, because on eBay, there's a guy that's stuck with a container load of $400,000 worth of merch that was bought for the Vault 2025 Patrick Bet David event. He couldn't give the shit away.
To drink, or we want to have things that say Goliath on them. So we developed swag. And people loved it. People loved our swag. People loved the brand.
So when I was in Orlando, somebody gave me a T-shirt after investing $800,000 into Goliath. I felt more worried about wearing my Goliath T-shirt around. And I wore it one night when I went out walking around the town, and I went walking around a lot of bars and a lot of people just to have a look around, as you do when you're a tourist. And I'm wearing the Goliath T-shirt that this guy gave me. I felt more nervous wearing the Goliath T-shirt. And I even had a few people say good day to me, like they might have known the brand. Then I did turning up in Orlando wearing my no scam T-shirt. That was quite funny for me. But anyway, just saying.
It was just such a crazy culture that we had built.
Close up on the
following
can.
of people.
Who does he think he is? And where are all those people now? Shooting golf courses, balls into your golf course, into your property.
I mean, you don't have that at Fidelity, or you don't have that at, Goldman Sachs or any of these big companies.
What is she friggin' thinking? Do you really think people think your company is amazing, Chris? Or do you buy everybody? Are we really going to listen to this, ladies and gentlemen? Is Christopher really going to sit here and tell her that everyone thinks that Goliath Ventures was the best thing since sliced bread? And they had a following, a loyal following. They had a whole lot of people begging and following the man with a purse around. Everyone that was on a Learjet going somewhere to Mykonos or New York or wherever it was, they were flying across the world in this Learjet. They were there with their hand out, lapping up all the money he was dishing out as he was collecting it from these rich people. The following, the people following him were on the payroll. And it's all of a sudden stroked his ego. This is ridiculous. And now he's trying to make out he's the man. Anybody can spend people's money. It's how you sleep at night after you've stolen money from people and then gone to the casino. It's like a gambler going to the casino, putting money down that he doesn't care about on black or red, and then waiting for a bit of luck to come along, and then talking about how much money he's made, but not how much money he's lost. I mean, at this time, when you ran that event where you're telling that story, Chris, how much money had you actually brought in under the brand of Goliath Ventures? How much dividends have you paid out? Why aren't we asking these questions?
At any point, could people pull their money out?
Happen all the time.
How did that work?
They would send an email to their director and to our accountant, Nadia, at the time. We would issue them a term.
Our accountant, Nadia, at the time. That was interesting. We pick up on all those things. So she obviously not the accountant all the time. They must have got rid of her at one stage. Maybe that was when she changed on the 3rd of December her company from, that maybe she might have got thrown in but she was at the Christmas event, the last one she had, because one of our Avengers was sitting right beside her as she was opening her laptop. But that's an interesting thing. So one investor put $15 million in and got $2.8 million in dividends, and then they thought he was talking to me. So when they filed the lawsuit against me, there was 2 investors that were also mentioned in the lawsuit. And one guy invested $100,000, and they were threatening him with legal action. And also the other guy that had invested $15 million, who got his $15 million out, plus $2.8 million. He invested $1 million initially, and then thought it was so good, like all Ponzi schemes. Once he started getting dividends, he thought, why don't I put the rest of his life savings in there? And I've spoken to him on the phone. Now, he's obviously going to have his $2.8 million clawed back. But my point is, when people got their money back, those 2 customers of theirs received lawsuits, threats of lawsuits, if they talked. And also, which you may have not realised, that everybody that invested from a certain point had to sign NDAs and weren't allowed to talk about their investments. Like those. Now, NDAs don't apply when you've broken the law. in case you're wondering if you can or can't speak. Just because you've signed an NDA and now you realise that he's admitted fraud and he's done a plea deal, admitted guilt. So anyone that thinks that you are bound by an NDA, that is a load of rubbish. You're not anymore. You can talk about whatever you like, anybody now. So don't hold back because you've signed an NDA because it's worthless, because he's admitted he's broke the law that you invested when you invested with him.
Nation agreement, and then within 48 hours they would receive their money.
So was there ever pressure, like if you pull X, if you pull Y?
The only thing that we would counter is if people would take a distribution and then pull their money out immediately. They were taking advantage of a system.
Taking advantage of our system. Well, go and listen to the recordings of Jonathan Mason again and see the pressure that he was putting on the investors.
So we would either tell them they can have their distribution and keep their money in, or they can get their money back and forfeit their distribution.
Because you needed them to keep the money in.
Yes.
We also didn't want people putting in money, taking a distribution, pulling their money out. We didn't want to play that game. And so that was really the only pressure that we would give people, is that we're not here to play a game. Mm-hmm. Either keep your money in and take your distribution, or pull all your money out.
How long did you expect that people would keep their money in?
Until they got their seed money back?
I mean, we had like a 99% retention.
A load of rubbish.
We had people in there. A lot of the people were in there since the beginning.
So those people from the beginning, we know Taylor. He's $800,000. He claims he's $800,000 in the red now. He admitted Annie. I've got his name wrong, but the jet ski guy that lived in California, who rang me up asking me whether it was a scam or not, trying to figure out when the best time to pull his money out. And then next minute we see him in Munich celebrating the Munich Beer Fest with Christopher for his birthday. Absolutely unreal. But a lot of those people that were invested from 2023, 2024 are net winners. And net winners will have to get their money back. And all those net winners who think you can keep your mouth shut until somebody knocks on your door, remember now there was submitted to the courts a better way of communicating with all the people that were involved with Goliath Ventures, and they want to be able to email these individuals directly. So even if you think you've kept your mouth shut and you're a net winner and you got away with the money, you're going to receive an email from the government soon asking you to provide the transactions and your involvement that you have with Goliath Ventures. And if you're a net winner and you've already spent that money, then you'll have to be mortgaging your house, or you'll have to pay that money back to Goliath Ventures estate, because you took that money which was from a scam. So you're buggered. So I'd come clean right now and save everyone a lot of time and hassle. Because don't forget, if you don't provide what they want, they'll freeze your accounts until they can track the money.
Taking a distribution, pulling some of their principal out because they're buying a house or doing whatever that they were doing, and then money would come in, they'd put more money in. We never had a liquidity issue.
Well, you do now.
Until October of 25.
When everything got frozen.
Money was getting frozen.
Now, they had 30 bank accounts. We notified the Bank of America. The same individuals even communicated with me just 2 days ago, who deposited $250,000 into the Bank of America, gave us a screenshot of all the redactions that we could hardly track anything. We used that screenshot to track the deposit, and managed to they froze the Bank of America account. That same individual then ghosted us, and 2 or 3 weeks later they reached out to us and asked us how they can get their frozen money back once they realized it was a scam. So this is what we were battling with all the way through. But then we found out through the court documents that they actually had 30 bank accounts spread over 4 different banks. One bank that we were trying to track down whether they had an involvement was with Luminum Bank. I'm not saying it quite right, but I think you'll know the one that had only been established by about 8 months. It'd been in Orlando for about 6 months when we started our investigation back in September. But we didn't, and now we found out they were using that bank as well. And we've got about 4 contracts that were, money was deposited into those bank accounts. So every bank they were opening up bank accounts. And this was just a big wish-wash of money. It would be awesome if we had more transparency from the banks. Or potentially it would be amazing if all those banks got together and actually talked about where money was coming from and how it was moving, or there's some sort of amazing software. And I think there is money laundering software available now where banks can actually, see movement of money so they can identify fraud faster. And that would have helped if it wasn't set up somehow. We actually thought at one stage that somebody at the bank was receiving backhanders because they were turning a blind eye to the large amounts of money that were coming and going from these bank accounts. But our Avengers, through LinkedIn, we communicated with these banks and gave them all the red flags that we were seeing. And then all of a sudden that bank got frozen. So I'll take the credit for that with my Avengers. And anyone else wants to prove otherwise, please let us know.
Investors were seeing all this stuff online.
Mm-hmm.
Panic set in.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So I'm not going to use the name, and I don't want you to either, but you'll recall one day last week we had a conversation about someone who works in the media whose husband invested.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you've been following me, but what I'm saying is this whole setup and this whole interview seems as shady as fuck. So we said that we believe, I know that somebody at Channel 9's daughter has invested in Goliath Ventures. I got proof of that. And we know them, we chat to them, okay? And then I'm thinking, this is not quite right. Something's not right with this. And we thought maybe this interview was conditional. We couldn't put our finger on it. I was sitting in Orlando listening to somebody talking on the phone, talking to someone in one of the major news agencies, and I didn't know who it was. I still don't today. And they were talking about how they had either invested or had some family member invested, and they didn't want their name brought into the media. And I just think it's funny. I haven't actually heard this conversation. I haven't listened to all these videos word for word. That's why I got them transcribed. So I'm actually really interested to know what she's about to say. But she obviously is controlling the narrative here. And you think about this. She's asking him to talk, and she's also asking him not to mention the name publicly on record. Why would they be doing that? And if this was going to be edited into an interview, why didn't they just let him speak freely and say that name? I just don't think this is right. This is what I seem like a controlled interview. And their agenda, I can't insinuate, I can't even imagine what their agenda is by wanting this interview. But they freely mention Mark James, right? It's like they have a vendetta against him. Christopher has mentioned his name numerous times. They omitted Matt Burks' name out of this. And now she's asking for him to tell a story, but not mention a person's name. Are you shitting me? And this is meant to be a professional journalist interviewing a guy that's stolen over $400 million from people. I mean, it's like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Now, I'm interested in what she says. So I'm just going to go back, and I'm not going to interrupt, but let's have a listen. We're going back 20 seconds. And here we are, the shot of the can. The label's not pointing the right way. But this is bullshit.
And I don't want you to either. But you'll recall one day last week we had a conversation about someone who works in the media whose husband invested. And I'm using...
Okay, so it's Sanjay. So Soliman and Sanjay. Let's have a look here. So she's talking about Soliman. Soliman works in the media. So let's go find Sanjay. Let me see if I can find him. I've got a record here somewhere. So his wife is, there's Sanjay. And I'm not saying these people are involved. I'm just saying that if they're going to mention this. So let's go, just make sure we're not, right. So this is Sanjay. Now, Sanjay's wife does work in the media. And we have got invoices, and her name is Sarah Soliman. So that's who she's talking about. And whatever she wants to hear the story but doesn't want to mention the name, it's just so they don't get obviously done. Now, with here, this is an invoice, and you won't see this anywhere else. You won't see this on TV. This is an invoice for $400,000, $402,000 for the merchandise that Christopher purchased for the Vault 2005 Patrick Ben David event. We even have the container guy that bought the container of the stuff after the event. The person's invoice, the name on the invoice is Goliath Ventures, and we've got the address the address here, and it's for Windermere, right? So it's for Christopher. The person that email was on it is Alex at GoliathVenturesInc.com. Alex Bianco. If I'm saying that right, that'll be a miracle, but I probably am. All right, so we got this invoice scrutinized. Now, we believe that this invoice to deliver the merch would cost $100,000. Now, I can't tell you how I know that, but I know it from somebody who, let's say, has a very similar company to this. So we believe that there's $300,000 worth of profit out of this merch. And yesterday we did have some other photos available. Okay, so I've got this other video. I'm not even saying it right at the moment. Have I still got that on my desktop? No, I haven't, but I will put it on my desktop. So let's just say, so I got told by Sanjay, Sanjay even paid me, he gave me $500 as a donation towards the work that I was doing. And then I received an email, and it come from a hidden entity. I got a $500 donation from some random person, and it come in via PayPal. And then I got a message saying that such and such name that he deposited the money to was him. But he did it under an alias so that he can't get traced for it. Okay? And I'm going, what the F? So anyway, and he said, now remove the slanderous stuff about me on the internet, the slander of me from my LinkedIn profile and my website. And I'm going, I'm not removing. So this merch that you see here, I believe this is what, this is what he may have delivered. I don't know, but this is the type of some of the merch that they claim they were buying. So just remember, you heard it here first, and you won't get this. Forget that picture. Forget that picture. Let's go back to here. So here's an invoice for $400,000 paid by Alex Bianco, whatever his name is, for the Vault 2025 conference, Vault items. And that has come to us, and that was Sanjay, right? Now, his wife is Soliman, and you can see here whether they were endorsing Christopher. We know that they went to a car event. We know that they've been in private jets with Christopher. But as far as I'm concerned, and it's just my opinion, these people have been endorsing Christopher and all that. So and now this lady, Soliman Productions, is the merch store. Now, there's also other things going on as well. There was the fundraiser where they had the events. So the Indian Chamber of Commerce is something that Sanjay started up, and they had the fundraiser where Chris turned up in the Lamborghini and revved the guts out of the Lamborghini in the car park, and they donated $45,000. Now, Sanjay was the person that organised that, and we contacted that organisation and basically said, are you aware that Christopher Delgado is what we believe at the time running a large-scale Ponzi scheme and scam? So the reason I'm telling you this is because it's hard for us to sit here and just turn a blind eye to everything. But when you watch $400,000 worth of merch being purchased and you see people standing up. Now, this guy stood up and gave a talk at the 2024 dinner. I wasn't there. But he gave a speech there. He was, I believe, endorsing Christopher for what he's done. Anyone who's interested in $1 million. So even some of these things here mentioned, we barely knew him. So, okay, I'll tell you a little bit more. You get some really good stuff here. But Sanjay wrote me an email basically saying that he barely knows Chris. He's a distant associate. And then afterwards, we found out that Sanjay had also invested $100,000 into Goliath. We also know that Sanjay, because after we told him that it was a scam, it was a Ponzi scheme, he took out all the money out of the balance that he had with Goliath Ventures and also took out the dividends as well. So he reckons he invested, I think, for 2.5 months into Goliath. And made made whatever it was, 3% per month. So he's claiming he's made about $7,500 per month. We also know that he drives around in flash cars. It just doesn't make sense what we see happening here. But I do believe that he's received some sort of backhander or maybe overpayment for services. And also now I've heard that he's helping the government with the investigation. So whatever you want to believe, but that's what we were investigating if you really wanted to know. And no doubt I'll probably receive a lawsuit now saying that I should be, this is defamation, but we won't stand by. So anyway, now we've got Darlene here asking Christopher to tell the story about who I believe they're talking about, but not say his name. Is that journalism? Or is that like using some sort of, is this going to be used as some bribery attempt or something? I don't know, extortion, I reckon.
This is an example, not to focus on them. When you mentioned that they got their money or they made their money, what did you mean? How did those types of people, like, I'm using them as an example, but I'm trying to get to understand how many people, how many investors were similarly situated as them, where they, as you said, they got their money back. Or was that true? You know, because now we're in truth.
No. Oh my God. So the Indian American Chamber of Commerce, thanks Susie for that, and the name of the company, I presume, Booker Carlo or something, wasn't it? Oops, excuse me. I'm just going to see what we have on them. So yeah, so that was no results. It's going to go back. So I just think this is the crappiest interview ever. I'm trying not to be mean to Darlene. I don't think she's the right girl for the job. But Christopher here, she's now thinking that she's spilling the beans. She's asking him all sorts of questions that she shouldn't be asking him, and she's telling him not to name anybody but tell the story, which I just think is ridiculous. But we know the story. There we go, darling.
Yeah, think about how because I want to try to understand
product placement.
how those people, who are however many there are.
Who are you talking about? 2 people at the moment, darling.
How did they get their money back and then are now not
guilty
at a loss?
So I think there's 2-part answer to your question.
Okay.
You think?
When I say people had made money, they gotten their money back, it's because they had been in the fund for so long that they had already made money back on their principal amount.
Got it.
Net winners.
So I wasn't concerned at this point returning anyone's principal, because if you had $100,000 with us, but you'd been in for 2-3 years, you've made way more money than your $100K.
How much do you think?
I mean, if they were in the early days, you're making 6-7%. So you're making $7,000 a month.
Okay.
Let's call it for 2 years. So for 24 months.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Susie.
It's a big number.
Mm-hmm.
Boo Genko. Not happening, Susie.
So when I look at that and people, are saying that they didn't get their money back, Well, you did. How you chose to spend that is your problem. But you did get your money back. No, maybe we didn't do our part in returning your principal. But
I've just got to interrupt this. This is basically saying we're all stealing from each other and you should be shutting the F up because you got your money. Rather than saying you signed a contract that pledged that you'd get up to 7% return per month. And this is a normal business. And this is normal investment opportunities. But now we have to say, well, you got your money and you should be happy that you got your money. If this was a normal investment, imagine going to the bank and the bank says we're going to give you 3% per year if you deposit $100,000. And then the bank sits there and divvies up all the money and go, we ain't got no money left this week, guys. We've given it away, but you got yours. You got yours. I mean, this is fraud. There's nothing here that's reeking anything legitimate. It's like it's a house of thieves. And let's just use Sanjay. Sanjay was introducing Christopher to everybody. Sanjay, well, through Soliman, whatever it is, their merch store, got an invoice paid for $402,000. People we know have said that wouldn't have cost them more than $100,000. So I challenged Sanjay and I sent him this invoice and I sent the FBI, Homeland Security, the CFTC, the same invoice and said, you better check out this. Now I hear that Sanjay's an informant helping them with their investigation. $300,000 worth of profit. Let's just say, wow, Sanjay has really helped introduce us to some people. He's introduced us to a lot of people in the Indian Chamber of Commerce. He's even managed to put us in front of the video camera as we're giving 45,000 meals away to a charity that helps feed people who are homeless. And we've managed to look like we're giving back to the community. And because of that, we get invited to all these gala dinners where we can bid and show everyone how well we're doing as a company called Goliath Ventures. And that attracts new investors. We only need one investor to invest and we're up on the deal, even if we look like we're giving it away. And then whoever wanted to hide money. Now, Sanjay paid me $500 from a mystery person and then sent me an email claiming that the mystery person was him. And then he wanted me to remove the slander of my LinkedIn page, his version of slander. I'm telling the truth. But he wanted me to remove his name off my website. And at the time, I said to my Avengers, you'll never believe what's just happened here. We went through the information and we made sure that we had our information correct and we refused to remove it and we won't be bribed because we've already been offered $150,000 by a fraudster company called Goliath Ventures to remove off my videos, name the person that they believe was bankrolling me when no one was, and also write a Dear John letter to say that I'm just a lost soul who had nothing else to do and I was going after YouTube clicks and I was trying to destroy their company for no reason. Sanjay tried to bribe me with $500 and I did keep the $500 because apparently it was from some mystery person that I never knew before. And then I got an email basically claiming that he was the person that deposited that money, now removed the slander from my website. Sanjay has received $402,000 from Christopher, Goliath Ventures, Alex, and I'm not even going to get his name right, Susie, Bianco, signed off on it. I believe, and I'll state it in the courtroom, I don't care what it is, that he's just received a $300,000 backhander for introducing people to Goliath. Do you see how this machine works? And now you've got Darlene Jones here, knowing some of the facts, but not all the facts, because she never thought of asking us for the facts. We could have been working together, Darlene. You're trying to get Christopher to throw Sanjay and Soliman under the bus, but not name them. Well, challenge me, Sanjay. I asked you to prove to me that you actually delivered those goods and you agreed that you would show me delivery of those goods that you purchased. Let's just get this off my chest. So let's have a look at this invoice here. Okay, so these are the things that he claims that he sold to Goliath Ventures. Quantity, 500. Genuine leather men's cosmetic bags. So if you went to the Vault 2005 conference and you got yourself a booty bag, did you receive a genuine leather men's cosmetic bag in the booty bag? Because this is what this invoice is for, the Vault items. Did you receive a Cork and Classic 16-ounce tumbler? Because they ordered 500 of those. Did you receive a battery, what do they call those? What a magnetic backup battery, so you can charge your cell phone when it goes flat. Look, Eclipse bonded leathered portfolio, a Luther roller ballpoint pen, a Moleskine hardcover large notebook. All right, so we went through everything that you can see here. 15,000 writing pads, like pens, 12-ounce. So if you go back to this image here was only given to people that deposited over $1 million into Goliath. So what I said when I saw this invoice here, I went back to Sanjay and I said, can you prove to me that you actually delivered this goods? Now, we do have a container load of merch that seems to be unused, but I still to this date has not received any proof that he delivered those goods. And also, in full transparency, wouldn't it be nice to know exactly how much this cost and how much profit he was making from this? Because to me, this looks like a backhander. And it's right in front of you. This invoice has been, he may not realize that this has gone off to every government department possible. And it's also gone into a whistleblower report, because when I found this invoice, I just thought something's not right here. And then we keep seeing photos of Sanjay and Christopher everywhere, because I believe he was endorsing him. He was introducing him to different people. And he begged me, because his wife must have been, Sarah must have been on, but Sarah is in the media. That's how I feel about it. Now, you can draw your own conclusion, you can do your own research, but after listening to what they're raving on about here, something ain't right.
We're also dealing with the liquidity crisis at this point.
When you're referring to the principal, you're talking about the 100.
The original 100K,
okay,
yeah.
Okay.
I believe in September of 25, we issued over 40 termination agreements. And we paid every single one. That ranged from 100K to one of our bigger ones, 15. I think was like 1.7 million. Followed by October distribution and termination agreements, which I think we did maybe 20 or 25. Between September of 25 and October of 25, we had issued over $70 million out of the company.
Was that because of the termination
letters? Big part of it was because of the termination, yeah.
What sparked the termination letters?
All the online media.
So they
Sorry.
reached out and said, I want out.
I didn't know I had someone or a group of people in Orlando spreading everything on the media. And
that where you are wrong, Chris. You wish that people were feeding me information. You just can't get it through your friggin' ego that my team, I just saw your contract. Somebody, I think they were in Orlando, gave us a copy of a contract. They were pitched Goliath Ventures. They sent me the contract and says, this looks like a Ponzi scheme. Why don't you have a look at it? I had a look at the contract. We dug a little bit deeper. We started on the 1st of September. Like all my investigations that I do, I don't sit here for weeks and weeks. I go with what I have. Just your own contract that you have written by a defense lawyer, Eric Clayman. A defense lawyer wrote your contracts. He's not a contract, what do they call it? He's not a contract, I've even got the words, but he's not a contract lawyer. He doesn't do commercial contracts. He's a defense lawyer. And then we find out that the same lawyer that put together these contracts was also an investor in the company. So investors can write their own contract law thing, whatever. It's just ridiculous, man. This is so dumb. And the further I look into this, the more immature, the more simpler this whole scam was, really. And they were all running a lie. I mean, this isn't rocket science. You go to Dubai, you meet a couple of famous people, you schmooze with them, you pretend you like them, you bluff everyone for a wee while, you get involved in what they're doing, well, you make out you are, and then you come back and you start running your own scam. I think this whole thing was just a typical Ponzi. There's nothing Einstein about what they're doing. But it just amazes me what he's just saying here. You can't make this shit up. Go, Chris.
Legs.
And now they just cut out a big bit there. That was not me, and I just want to make sure I document that so you can see. So this jumps. So obviously they might have mentioned somebody's name again. Let me see if I can figure it out. Wonder if they meant to Sanjay's name or Sarah Soliman's name or anything.
Or a group of people in Orlando spreading everything on the media.
That's just so wrong. That is absolutely wrong. It was all me and my Avengers, and that's where I think they lost their way, where they were assuming that somebody was bankrolling me. Every time I met the investors, every time I met the people who were trying to bribe me, they kept on saying, we want to know who's bankrolling you. They just don't realize that there's people out there in the world who want to stop criminals. And we don't need to have a why, or we don't need money. We're not driven by money.
And it took legs.
Yep, that wasn't me. That's a big cut out of that video there, guys.
We are receiving so many termination agreements because all the articles online.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Brilliant. Round of applause. Everybody go crazy. Let's have a look. First of all, let's get some applause. Hey, excellent. Let's give ourselves a hand of applause. That was so brilliant. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm so proud of that statement. We make a difference, guys. We make a difference. Stop the hands. We make a difference. We caused people to withdraw their money. We caused what they could have done a lawsuit against us, couldn't they? And they could have said torturous interference, but we didn't. They kept giving the money back until they ran out of money. So all those people, hopefully you took out, like Soliman, what do we call it? Sanjay's now married Sarah, and Soliman has now married Sanjay. They just had a massive wedding. Everyone's wondering how they pay for it. We've even got photos of him at a car show just recently, all dressed up with a garb and all this sort of carry on. But let's not go there tonight or today. But what I'm getting at here, guys, all those people that withdrew their contracts, we saved. Even if they took out more money than they put in, at least that money was secured. We bled the coffers dry. They were trying to keep the illusion open. And Christopher's now told us that because of the online media, which is me and my Avengers, that we bled that company dry. And people, to keep the illusion going, they keep returning the money, hoping that it would mathematically weigh up. Because this guy here, everything he says is all about the mathematics. He's working out in the calculator that their burn rate was $3.5 million a month. So all he had to do was make sure some dumbass investor, I'm sorry to be disrespectful there, invested more than $3.5 million a month, and he knew he could keep the illusion alive. That's all he would be focusing on. He would think, what's the burn rate? What's the burn rate? Because all these Ponzi schemes are the same. And then Danny DeHeck starts publishing articles with his Avengers research. And what do you know? Everyone starts listening and believing the online media, which he won't even say my name. And now everyone wants their money back because they're scared. And I said to people at the time, and I say it now, even if you are invested in the best deal you've ever come across in your life, take out all your principal now. Take it out. Cost yourself a few $1,000s by just getting that money away from the potential investment fraud, and then put it all back in if you want. But as soon as you go to take out all your money, you will find that these companies will come up with every excuse under the sun to keep your principal in there. If that happens, you're participating in a scam. And all the people that may have even been testing the waters, I would also like to know how many people took all their money out and then put it back in again. But what I'm saying is these people are the winners. They listened to what we said and they took out their money and they saved themselves from potentially financial ruin. Look, if you want to support me and what I'm doing, please do donate. I want to be there in October the 8th. Just let me come along and let me see this guy sentenced. So I won't plug this, but when we started today, we make sure I click the right button. I set up a new campaign and I'm now 6% towards my goal of raising $5,000 for my flights and accommodation and incidentals. If you want to donate and help me get me there so I can look Christopher in the eye and watch him kiss 50 years of his life goodbye for defrauding people out of their money, then it would be just beautiful to do that. So if you want to support me, I've got a copy here and I'll put that in the chat room. And I just want to be there and see this guy go to jail for at least 50 years anyway, or even 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And if he dobs in everyone along the way, it's going to be pretty cool. But anyway, that statement to me, the whole 5 days of me going through all these videos, that statement alone has been worth its weight in gold. If you have managed to save yourself from losing your money in Goliath Ventures because you listen to our content, thank you. And my Avengers are absolutely proud of you. That's cool. And if you're a net winner, then I would let somebody know and make sure you give that money back. Now, we know that Sanjay is a net winner, and we know that he's waiting for the IRS to knock on his door to hand back the money that he made. He reckons he only made about $7,500, I think I remember. But remember, that guy has also tried to bribe me to remove his name from my website. And he's also received $400,000 from Goliath Ventures by giving them the merchandise for the Vault 2025 conference. And it looks like, going through the invoice, that they've ordered a whole lot of stuff that I don't even believe. And what I need to do, and I have done, and I've got to do it again, I have given that invoice to the person that purchased that container. And then I want him to do an inventory to see what things were potentially on that invoice that never got delivered. Because Sanjay said to me that he would prove that he delivered those goods to Christopher's wherever lockup, and he still hasn't. Not my problem. I can only ask, and I've got all the correspondence to back it up.
And what was being produced online. I didn't know I had people in Orlando that were taking those articles and then spreading them like wildfire. That's what was prompting everyone to pull their money out.
Excellent.
So I just did the math because I'm not good at it. So if I had put in 100,000,
I'm just going to get back. There we go.
This for 2 years, in September I would have gotten like 168,000. So that's when you say they got their money back. It's because the principal.
Yeah, however you want to look at it,
yeah.
They either made $68,000,
right,
or they got $168,000 in pay and forfeited their $100K.
Now I understand. But in their mind, they're like, well, really, I should have got 268.
Correct.
Got it. See, I'm getting.
Oh, what are you trying to play dumb?
And then.
Is that what she's really trying to do? Are you really trying to play dumb?
Tell me about these doctors. What more do you know about them?
Oh, here we go. There'll be a few cuts out in this one.
It sounds similar to what
Bernie Madoff did?
Had been done before.
Well, it was. I just didn't know it was.
Are you kidding me? Did they just cut that? I don't know. Why is it funny, Chris? Why is it funny?
Where are these doctors? Are they all over the country? Or Lake County?
Who are you going to throw under the bus, Chris?
Orange County and
Central Florida.
Central Florida.
Do you need to get that?
No, it's not ringing.
It's Danny sending you happy birthday.
So the SEC kind of threw you a lifeline yesterday.
Well, it's not final yet, but yeah, we hope to settle with the SEC here soon.
Settle.
And get that part behind us.
Does that hurt or help?
I think it helps.
Are you kidding me?
I think it helps a lot. The terms of settlement and their agreements with us.
But you're not getting 130 years, you're only getting 50. Wait until they find out you've gone after 401ks. That's going to be fun, isn't it, Chris? Imagine what Matt Burks is going to say about you.
He's an investor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so he would have. So that's why when I see, because I was sitting here looking at this, trying to figure out why did I print this, but that was why. So that's why when I look at the agreements and I see those names, those are the investors viewing.
Those names are on the screen right now. Eric Reidman, Dr. Eric Reidman, and Dr. Douglas Schenkman, is it? Schenkman?
I think I have to digest this day.
Yeah, there's a lot of information dumping.
Yeah, that was a lot of...
Yeah, we've only been doing it for 6 months. You could have asked us for a hand, Darlene. But you wanted to go alone. Get the exclusive interview. Well, you got it. How'd it go? Christopher's like, he knows he's running a lie. Oh, cut that again.
What did you ask me for yesterday?
It was the surveillance. But
oh, yeah, I did ask about that, yeah.
Yeah, whatever I have, I can send you. Yeah.
No.
Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah, we're going to do the hard drive thing again.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't text him.
Yeah.
You were asking me for...
So if you didn't realise that, she doesn't do texting. I've reached out to Darlene on Instagram and asked her to connect with me on Signal. And she says she doesn't do WhatsApp and she doesn't do Signal. So I don't know if that's her deal. But now she... I think I know why a lot of the times they don't. Because of you don't send it digitally. You don't have to hand it over in Discovery, maybe. Could be. I don't know. Anyone else know why she wouldn't take texts or digital forms and only do hard drives?
Some picture. Oh, from your childhood. Do you have In-N-Out Burger, like that kind
when
of
you were
stuff?
talking about your first job and stuff like that, you got any pictures from?
I can look. I'll look and see what I have. I do have an old picture. It wasn't from In-N-Out, but
He's eating a hamburger.
I don't know if it's on there.
Change the scenes.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again. It's like you went into the vapor.
I got my ass handed to me.
Wow.
All right, we're good.
Look, guys, I'll be honest. I'm busting to go to the loo. Just sort of tell you that. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to the loo. But I'm going to actually just put some song on first. It won't be long. Yeah, I'll put this one on. And I won't be a second.
Yeah. Hey, Christopher. Thought the spotlight would last forever. Now the whole world's watching. Let's go. Walked in flashing all that gold. Thought the story would never get old. Private jets and designer shoes. Now it's breaking evening news. Selling dreams from stage to stage. Writing promises on every page. Everybody bought the fantasy. Now the truth's on national TV. Ooh, hear those sirens calling. Every diamond know it's falling. Thought the music would never stop. Now the beat goes knock, knock, knock. Every time that courtroom door swings wide, I hear blue lights flashing in my mind. Thought you wrote yourself a masterpiece. Now you're reading guilty pleas. Yeah, the gavel goes bang. Hear the courtroom sing. Yeah, the handcuffs go clink. Makes the whole room think. Ooh, that's the sound they bring. Crypto wallets leave a trail. Blockchains always tell the tale. Every transfer, every coin. Now investigators join. Funny how the heroes hide when the paperwork arrives.
Hope you like that song. I love that song. I've started to get a real good collection of music here. I'm doing an investigation at the moment on a glamping store. A glamping website. I'm still got a bit more of the investigation to go, but I put together a bit of a song for it yesterday. Imagine sitting around the campfire listening to this song. Hey, Jelly Snack, nice to see you.
They show me pictures of the mountains, morning mist and open skies, luxury beneath the pine trees, a different way to change my life. They spoke about a growing market, families chasing memories. He said we're building something special, and I believed what I could see. Not just camping, not just weekends, not another place to stay. They painted something so much bigger, a business built the modern way. Every brochure looked convincing, every Zoom.
I mean, it might be a new way of fighting, but what I'm trying to do is every time I do a blog, I do this one here is really funny. Jan Gregory's a big scammer going on for years, already been done by SEC for 145,000 Canadian guy, currently hiding in Mexico, we believe, is now just promoting a new scam after hiding for the last one that collapsed. But listen to this song just for a second. Sorry, and I'll get back on to what we're doing, but listen to this. He's a rapper-like style sort of guy. And Eminem comes to mind. Yo.
Another AI, another promise, another dashboard.
Wait till it gets going, it's worth cracking up.
But where's the proof? Yeah. Brand new website, first paint on the wall, talking hedge fund moves, but the paperwork small. Telegram bot say trust the machine. Whole thing polished, but I'm looking in between. Hong Kong address with 100 more names. Virtual office playing corporate games. Dashboard flashing numbers every minute. Question is, can anybody verify what's in it? 20 AI agents, maybe that's true. Show me the trades, don't just tell me they do. 4%, 20%.
Absolutely crazy, but having a lot of fun at the moment. I know it's a bit off topic, but that one's got 27 plays so far. But if check out the music if you want a bit of a laugh, and you'll see lots of songs. I mean, some of these are just global plays, a big scam that we've taken down as well. Or not taken down. Yeah. But I said I like the sound of music one by Disturbed, and it's sort of done that. Anyway, so I went to the loo. I feel better now. Thank you very much for that. It's a wee bit hard to go to the loo when you're cabled to the table. Anyway, so let's get down. So this is, we'll just have a wee commercial break there for a second, but basically we've got Darlene Jones now doing the last of her interviews. She's at the start of all these videos, were all removed from the internet. We grabbed them all. We're now doing a debunk on all the videos that were removed. They took them off, they put them back on. They claim that they removed people's names. They have cut bits out of these videos. We've descripted them all. I've even made a book out of the series of 5 videos. In this admission, she claims 7 hours of interview. They uploaded initially 5.5 hours worth of interview, which means they cut out the bits they didn't want the public to see. Fair enough. She's been asking questions without him saying names, so not to condemn anybody, blah, blah, blah. And now they've put these videos back online, and we found out yesterday that some of the footage had doubled up because they had 2 camera angles, but they had the same audio. So in fairness to them, some of the stuff may have been edited, but for some reason, and I think I know why, I think they received a very stern letter from someone who's disgusted in what they've been doing. They've now put these videos back online. But in the meantime, we are now going through them because we wanted them seen to the public. They claim they're doing this to help the victims. We haven't found one victim happy that these videos are on the internet and that Christopher has got a voice. All sorts of things. But anyway, long story short, guys, this seems like the last of the interviews that we're going to see. Now, we did see an advert that I played yesterday where they were going to be doing some live interview on Channel 9 News with Christopher. And I don't know where I got that from. But it seems like I don't know if there was any Goliath news on Channel 9 News. Now, what I don't like about Channel 9 News at the moment, they're claiming that they've broken the story. But they didn't do the initial investigation, and obviously they've never talked about me. And Christopher has all the way through this interview, so I think this is quite a laugh. And the fact that, as I said just before I went to the loo, that we actually managed to get investors to take their money out, and they got their money out, is a victory in itself. Because I believe that if we didn't step in with the Avengers, that this scam would be still going today. And we've managed to stop one. We caused disruption, but sometimes we get lucky and we can stop these criminals. Now, there's lots of other criminals out there at the moment, I believe, that are still offering investment opportunities to people in Orlando and the surrounds, and they need to be stopped as well. And I'm going to name the Onyx Reserve as one of those people. We've already seen evidence that they're running similar. Now they're turning the whole company into luxury real estate investment opportunities for people to invest in. If you've got any investments that have been offered to you and you're a wealthy individual, and if you want to, you can run them by us free of charge, and we will investigate to see whether we can highlight the red flags in those investment opportunities. We're not going to give you green flags ever, because that's not what we do, but we will certainly tell you who these people are connected to. We don't care how famous they are. We don't care how much jet rides they've had. We don't care what clothes they're wearing. We don't care what they're driving. We don't care what neighborhood they live in, because we've just proven to you that Christopher flies in private jets. He has 12 sports cars, 18 Rolex watches, lives in 8 properties, whatever it is. And he's just using all that lifestyle marketing to convince you that he's wealthy as shit. And because he's wealthy as shit, everything that he promotes to you, you should invest in, because that's how he got his wealth. That's how it works these days. So if you think that you're going to invest with somebody and take a punt because you're looking at their lifestyle, you need to run it by us first. And that's what the Avengers is here to do. We're the AAA, the Anti-Fraud Alliance Group. All right, here we go.
First and last name.
Chris Delgado.
And who are you?
A scammer.
I'm the former CEO of Goliath Ventures.
I'm just going to cut right to it.
Okay.
Are you ready to take responsibility?
Oh my God! So this must be the hard-hitting interview, was it? I don't even know. It looks like we've seen some of this before. Let's have a look.
That was the whole point of this, was not only to show people and to tell people, you know, from beginning to end what had happened, but to allow me to tell them directly from me how sorry I am, how they put their trust in me.
Do you want me to ring up Christopher?
And I failed them.
Oh, I can do that. I've got some free minutes.
At the end of the day, I failed.
Did he?
And, you know, I can blame this factor, that factor, but at the end of the day, I was the CEO.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
It's Christopher.
76078.
I just unplug it.
Record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
G'day, Chris. Danny D. Heck. You know, the guy from New Zealand who wrote those few articles about you? Hey, why don't we have a chat? You're obviously watching my videos now because you've got nothing else to do with your time, right? Why don't we get together and do a chat? It might be late at night now, but I would love to actually interview you. I nearly had an opportunity to. I don't know, you'll probably know what I'm referring to. But Darlene Jones, I don't think she asked you the hard questions. And also, I feel like you're coming across in these 5 videos as a victim, and it's just bad business. But I would like to ask you more about why you thought NLP was not a Ponzi scheme. And I would like to know more about how you feel about Carl Moon and those 2 individuals that used to work for him, because Carl's come out now and said that he won a court case, and the courts ordered these 2 individuals that you were consulting to pay $3.6 million. I'd like to know how you feel about that. Give us a ring. I'm not hard to find. Text me. You know my number. Remember, I sang you happy birthday. give me a ring and we could tee up a time. It would be, you might as well, what have you got to lose? I'm sure we'd have a better conversation, and our mutual friends that we know who we're talking about said that I would quite like you if I got to meet you face to face. Well, there might be an opportunity. If I start playing golf in your neighborhood, we might meet, but why don't we have a chinwag before you go away? All right. I tried. Let's carry on. So these, yes, I just rang up Christopher, then left a message on his answer machine. Whether he can afford to take answer machine messages, I do not know, but we can only do so much. He does receive the messages from me, and I have sent happy birthday messages to Tar, whatever his girlfriend's name is. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's listen to what he's going to say here, because this is where he is, in my opinion, blaming everyone else, but in the very, in his, what seems to be in his heart is that he's not taking any blame at all.
Other than that, what do you say to people who lost their life savings trusting you and investing in Goliath Ventures?
This better be good, Chris. Sorry would come to mind. Just one basic bit of remorse. Are you going to take accountability, I'm thinking? Should I be in tears about now? Dramatic pause.
I mean, there's nothing that I can tell them besides how deeply I regret and how sorry I am on how this unfolded. It was never meant to be that.
It was never meant to be. So what was it meant to be? It was like, give me your money, give me your money, give me your money, and then I'm going to do something amazing, I hope, if I can find a way of giving you the best return on your investment on the planet. But in the meantime, I'm going to buy another Rolex watch. I'm going to buy another property. He even didn't buy those, did he? Maybe he was part of the luxury real estate that he was getting involved in next. Maybe he was associated with the Onyx Reserve. Maybe their luxury real estate idea was something that Christopher thought he could trade his way out of it, and he could mortgage a few properties and then sell them to the Onyx Reserve to sell. I don't know. Was he going to trade his way out of it? So I'm sorry. I'm sorry is all I've got for you. But he never intended. I mean, if that was in a courtroom, I never intended for people to lose their money. But the thing would come straight out of my mouth, well, what did you actually intend? Or what did you think the outcome of your actions were actually going to be, Christopher? What do you think the end result was really realistically going to be? Have you got anyone that was doing exactly what you were doing that were successful? Have you got any competitors that actually are doing what you're doing? Or were you planning to go to Mars or the moon, but you didn't have a spaceship ready yet?
We started out this company wanting to impact our friends and our family.
Can you imagine Christopher in prison and the other inmates talking to Christopher about now? G'day, Christopher. How are you doing? Oh, I'm good, thank you. That's good. And how come you're in prison? Well, I ran an investment company. Oh, did you? And how much did you bring in? Oh, around about 400 million. Wow. Well, that's how much I got myself in debt with. I brought in 328 million. Oh, that's cool. And how long are you in prison for? Well, I was going to get 50 years, but all the people that helped me collect the money, I decided to dob them all in. And now I'm going to be in here for only 10 years. Isn't that cool? And they're going to go, oh, that's a nice story, Chris. Wow, man. Wait until you tell them in prison, or the people find out that you dobbed in everybody you could to get a lesser sentence and live the life of Riley for 3 years, jet-setting around the world, blowing your money on everything you can, pissing your money away, running $9 million events, $500,000 events, and buying buildings for $3.2 million that you were going to deck out into a lounge area so you could wine and dine victims before you took their money. How do you think that conversation is going down? Are you thinking you're going to have a conversation sitting here like you are with Darlene Jones now? And do you think your wee sheepish quiet voice is really going to help you? Don't think so, Tim. You're in a lot of shit now, Chris. It's time to be accountable. This is where you should have actually said, I'm a disgusting bottom feeder and I'm ashamed of being a human being.
And we grew so fast and we weren't ready for those, for a lot of factors we weren't ready for. And that's not their fault, that is our fault.
Why didn't you just stop?
Our company, my company, failed them.
No one is going to believe that. And here's why, you know, you're telling me that you plan to invest their money, but there were delays and delays and delays in starting your fund.
Oh, no, he was investing the money, Darlene. Didn't you get the memo? Sorry. Oh, no, here's trouble. Oh, my God. All right, come on, here we go. Justin. This is the best part of the whole lot, mate. Isn't this incredible?
Oh, I love this part, Danny. I'm actually smiling. I mean, I don't know if you can see it. It's ear to ear, baby.
Oh, it's cool, mate.
Oh, man. This is pretty good. I'm not going to lie, guys. This is the part that gets pretty good. He actually almost looks sorry that he stole all of our money and blew it on cars and boats and flying around the world and watches and properties and all that other stuff. He almost looks like he's sorry he did that.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. I know. I was waiting for a tear at least, or even if he got up and cowered in the corner of the room, it would have been a good thing, you know?
Pardon me for not feeling for him. I mean, really. But let's be honest here, guys. He ripped us off. And this gets softballed all the way up until this part, which I like quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, where I'm not gonna lie to you. You've been a little critical of Darlene. You have been a little bit critical so far. Ooh.
I just think she's the wrong girl for the job. That's all.
I understand you are quite the investigative journalist in yourself. So I mean, obviously she's going against the Titan here. So,
yeah.
But nonetheless, I do think that it's kind of funny that he goes through this and almost looks remorseful. Like this is going to be the part that's probably played in court.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I just don't. I would like him to play it in the jail, a cell block when he's sitting at the table having morning tea. And
I honest to God, man. Like I said, I wasn't always such a sophisticated gentleman, and I know some folks that were a little bit more than nefarious, and I can say that having spent time with those folks. They're not real pleased if you snitch on your friends, because most of the time those guys are in there because somebody snitched on them.
Yeah.
So they're probably pretty pissed off about that. So I'm actually damn certain that when they come up on it and he goes to jail and they're
not good.
Well, they realize that he's in there because he scammed people out of their life savings, blew it on watches, cars, and all that kind of stuff. And then on top of it, he snitched on every single person that was a part of his scam. Man, I don't think he's going to get any kind of street cred in prison. I mean, what do you think, Danny?
Well, Susie's just posted a message in here and she said there's no morning tea on the block. Okay, so you don't get morning tea in prison. Oh, no.
No tea and crumpets on the block, from what I understand. At least not where I was at.
Oh, my God. Oh, I just, I can't, like, even listen to this video today. There's the parts where he talks about how all the investors blew their money out, took their money out. It actually makes me so happy for the fact that my articles and my Avengers, that we spent hours putting together these articles, actually scared people enough to take their money out makes me feel like we actually managed to save some people money. Even if they're net winners, it doesn't bother me. It's just the fact that we managed to get some of that money out of those bank accounts, which is quite neat, you know. And also the other ones I'm really surprised about, that she's asked him not to say people's names in the interview. Why the hell would she protect people's names? Why wouldn't you want to get that?
Why would she? That's a good question. Those are the kind of questions that really should be asked. Who's she protecting?
Yeah, and also it's seems like I know one of the one, and I'll say her name, Sarah Soliman. She works, I think, for another TV show. So the fact that she seemed to be, I'm not even sure who she works for, but it seems like they're trying to get dirt on other people. It's kind of like, it's just, and that when you see the politics of it all, that's what it probably comes down to. It's actually breathtaking to see. There seems like there's a hidden agenda, and I don't know what that is. And I'm here to speculate a little bit, but I think even seeing a $400,000 invoice for merch for an event, and I want somebody to tell me, in your booty bag, did you get what was on that invoice in the booty bag? And if not, where did the rest of that stuff go?
Danny, I've thrown events before, corporate events and things of that nature. That invoice, I can tell you, just looking at it on just prima facie, just on the snapshot, that is so overinflated, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally, it's to the point of almost, that's comedy. It really is. Because there's zero chance that you can even get away with charging any of those kind of rates for those items, especially when it comes to just like retitled merch. I mean, that's just laughable at best.
And the ironic part of it, they don't realize how we've got basically somebody in exactly the same industry who's gone through all that inventory and said this is all bullshit, you know, and I can prove it, you know. So it's just, it's weird. And then, you know, like I just think like if everyone's connected to everybody in Orlando, it's a small community, and it's weird.
It's not. I'm not gonna lie. It is a fairly tight knit business community of folks that are around here, and you know, it's kind of the Cheers of business in the Orlando business community. I will call it that, because you know, once you get established here, and everybody does know your name. You do generate a reputation here locally, and things like that. I know I did that personally when I owned my business, so I can see where they were introduced to the different circles and all that kind of stuff as successes and whatnot. But turns out it looks like they're just scam artists.
I think they're all very bad at it as well. Like, it's not that complicated. And that's something you know, it's pretty simple. You know, we just take money and give them their money back until we run out of money. Can we keep the illusion alive? I mean, even the insinuation that he's a consultant to people in Dubai. And then when I find out that it's all associated with colleagues of Carl Moon and stuff, this is ridiculous. And then he's working with some big crypto traders. He's not. He's only associated to one crypto guy that's on the internet. You know, it's not like there's hundreds. And then he won't name them. So there's no validation to what he's saying, because it doesn't mean shit if you don't say, like when he said he put $20,000 in and made, you know, gazillion dollars within 10 minutes.
What coin? What coin? Tell me what coin.
Wouldn't you say that?
Let me go back and historically pull when you dropped 10 grand on that particular transaction. Tell me when you invested. Tell me when you got out, and we'll put the numbers together. If they jive, go ahead. Great on you, man. Good job on making $2 million. I mean, I'll give you credit where credit's due, but the odds are, is just like everything else he said throughout, everything through the entire Goliath bit, it's all bullshit. So that's probably bullshit as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just a good story. I mean, I always say don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. But, you know, and then that's why I get so effed off with these interviews, that she's let this guy get in front of mainstream media and say this shit. And, you know, and to say we're going to take out people's names and then leave other names in there, it shows inconsistencies. And, I mean, they just must have an interior motive. It doesn't make sense.
Well, let's go ahead and keep saying their names, like Tomo, Mike C, Gary Rice. I mean, these are the same people that I saw in the local circles and all that kind of stuff, that wanted to tout themselves as successful businessmen and all that kind of stuff. When it turns around that they were just in the the members only clubs and all that kind of stuff to pull in new investors and to find, well, victims.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think it's amazing. I can't wait for the next indictment, though. That's what I'm really looking forward to. I mean, not indictment, but the next charges. And also what company they're going after. Do they go after companies or do they go after individuals? I think they'll be going after companies. And then, I mean, even if you say they go after 21 Ventures, then you're going to get Christine Turner, Nick's sister, is going to be implemented in that. And then there's a whole network of people around, and then now they're going to go after, Matt Burks and his Black Block. I mean, Black Block. I can't wait to see Black Block being charged. I mean, not BlackRock, a $900 billion company. Oh, let's start up a similar name and pretend we're them. People won't know the name difference. How stupid is this?
I mean, if you were looking for intentionally, confusingly similar, you hit the nail on the head on that one, pal. I mean, you really were looking for the deception on that one. I mean, it was absolutely intentional.
Wow, it's when you talk to people on the phone and they don't realize the name switch, and it's like, you really believe that? And you think, oh wow, is it really that easy?
Well, the problem is that, and it's like that with all these scam artists, is that they use their relationships to get into your circle, and then once they're into their circle, you're almost assumed to be trusted at that point because you've been introduced and you're basically vouched for at that point by the person who's doing the introduction and whatnot. So I don't want to say it's I don't want to even say the word like mafioso or anything like that, but a business community and networking is like that. When you have people that are good at certain areas and industries, you want to make sure that you introduce those people because those people are going to obviously forward your reputation as being a competent businessman. So it is a relationship that you build throughout, a lifetime of a network and whatnot. But when your network is nothing but scam artists and you're standing on the shoulders of nothing but other scam artists, and then you've fronted and white labeled a scam, you're nothing but a scam artist.
Interesting enough, did you actually, did they ever get you to sign an NDA when you signed up for Goliath? Was that part of the deal?
I believe they did, but like you had mentioned before, and I had done my own legal research and whatnot, kind of an armchair attorney myself. As soon as they broke the law, the NDA was not applicable at all. So that was basically right after that, and the indictment, and he had actually come to the point where he was switching his plea, where there was absolutely, undeniably, he's guilty. He blew our money. He ripped us off. There's no ambiguity whatsoever anymore. He's going to prison. That's it. It's over. Scam done. Kind of deal. When it came to that point, that's kind of when it hit fruition for me, where I was like, all right, that's the nail in the coffin, so to speak. He's absolutely guilty. You don't take a guilty plea on something that's going to give you probably a half century in prison if you weren't actually guilty. I mean, to be honest with you, if it was me, I'd be fighting it to the hilt just to make sure that I would get as much time in the free world as possible. But, it is what it is. He's probably safer on the inside anyway, because, there's a lot of people in the Orlando business community that really don't like him.
Well, I got a good email yesterday from somebody pleading with me to make sure that I could express to people who watch that this is not the type of animal that they want in Orlando, and this is not what normal businessmen are like. And I haven't read the whole email, but it was a pretty long email basically saying we don't like Chris. And when he said that he was well respected in the community, he's not our community. He's,
well respected in the community. No, Chris. Let me level with everybody. You were a joke when you were coming around with your fake blonde tips.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got great tips like mine.
The tips, man. The tips got me, man. I mean, I have.
Coffee's
anybody know can anybody actually prove this man's heterosexual? I mean, I've got to ask. I mean,
don't know.
But anyway, on top of all that, I mean, the lifestyle, all of that, the flamboyance of him, the narcissism of him thinking he's a celebrity. I mean, what kind of a joke is that, Chris? No, newsflash, pal. You were never a celebrity.
Yeah.
Nobody ever gave a shit about you. Nobody ever wanted to be anywhere near you. The only reason people came near you is because you were giving them unrealistic returns on their investment. And once you got found out to be a scam artist, Danny put you on blast, and then every single person that had any kind of access to the internet pulled their money out. Unfortunately, some folks were a little slow to the boat like me, and I didn't see that until after I had invested my money in October. That's when your whole scam fell apart, and you told me that you would have my money. You even told me at the Christmas party you would have my money. I still don't have my money, Chris. So I'm going to see you at your sentencing, and I'm going to be standing right next to Danny. And you know what? We might be dancing a jig together, doing a little dance next to that song that you got, because I like that song quite a bit, Danny. You can play that anytime.
And also, I might need some security just in case there's still a few Chris lovers there, and I've adopted you as my
You don't have to
security.
worry about that. I'll have plenty of people there for that.
Yeah. No, that's cool. No, I want to be there. I do think it's just a bit of closure, not for me, but for I've got so many people that have helped fight the fight with this one. And, you know, it's been
and here it is, and I want to say it again. And if I haven't said it enough, thank you to all the Avengers. You guys are absolute heroes. There's no other word to put to it. You're absolute heroes for going out and doing the research. I know you guys don't get paid. I hope this goes to a movie. And I hope that that any part of this, at least some part of this, you get a big part, Danny, because I mean, you did break the story regardless of what anybody says.
Yeah.
I saw the story from you. I was an investor, and I found out because of you. I tried to pull my money out. Chris said he paid everybody out. I'm gonna go on the record and say that's bullshit, because he didn't pay me out, and I signed my exit agreement. I sent my exit agreement over to Tomo. I have recorded emails about it and all that kind of stuff that I'll be more than happy to send over to show you, Danny. Because we like to work in the world of proof and receipts and all that kind of stuff, where you can actually prove what you say, and it's valid and credible because it's backed up by actual documents, facts, and information, as opposed to where you're being scammed and lied to and deceived and exploited. Because I'd heard, now this is rumor, that they would continually go back to the people that they had started in with, that were the mid people essentially, and they would go back and even offer them to reinvest.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's not a level of diabolical, that I just don't know what is. Where you've not only you've hit them, you've given them an opportunity to give them a small piece of what they'll be getting back, and then you go back and hit them again.
Well, he basically said that earlier on today, didn't he? Because he said that they
seems like they
didn't like yo-yo investors.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he said that he didn't like yo-yo investors that took their money out, put it back in, but they were testing the waters, I believe. But he obviously was aware that that was going on. And, he would use all the techniques to keep people's money in. All these platforms are there to, keep your money in long term. I mean, to say to an investor that we're not interested in letting you invest unless you just leave your money with us all the time is ridiculous.
Yeah, that doesn't send up, so many red flags. It looks like a circus, right? I mean,
yeah, you can take your money out whenever you like. If it was normal crypto investments, like if you put your money into, Binance, you can take it out the next day if you want. There's no, you must keep it there. Because it wasn't like they had you staking your investments or anything. It wasn't like a 3-month deposit, a 6-month deposit. It was basically, you give us your money, we'll give you 3 to 4%, or some people obviously were getting 5 to 7%, and then you can take it out whenever you like. And as I said earlier on, unfortunately, one of the investors was taking out dividends, putting it back to fiat currency, and then putting it back in again. And every time he's doing that, he's paying tax on it. And now he's lost everything and stuck with a tax bill. That was sad.
That poor fellow's got quite a massive tax liability at this point. He's probably going to need to contact a bankruptcy attorney at this point. Because you can't take a 6-figure hit like that and then on top of it have to pay the taxes on a 6-figure hit, or
well,
7 figures, or God only knows how much.
Well, that guy, killed his marriage. He was sitting in front of me, mate, when I was in Orlando, shaking like a leaf while he's talking to me. Resting heart rate, his watch goes off because his resting heart rate was over 130. He was a younger fella than me and fitter. And my resting heart rate at the time I looked, because I've got a fancy watch, was 70. And he said, my watch has just bloody gone off. And I'm going, why? And he goes, because every time I talk about Goliath, his heart rate just goes spikes. I mean, like we said yesterday, I think I repeated it this morning, Christopher should be done for murder because we've had people, a person that we know of, has actually died by suicide because of losing their money after their retirement. They won't be able to get their money back. They're retired. They don't have any business. They're now on the bones of their ass, not being able to, they're living off the dividends and giving them the principal. I always have this battle with everybody that I talk to that stop giving you principal. They moan about the banks not being able to give you the returns that these scams do. And I say, but the bank secures your principal. These scammers take your principal and use your principal to pay you back the rewards until the money runs out. That's just stupid.
What really gets me is that Chris actually goes through it and he actually believes the fact that he feels like those people got their money back. He really believes that if they had that $168,000, that he not only made them whole, he gave them a $68,000 return on their investment.
Mm.
It is completely devoid from him that he ripped them off for the $100,000 investment.
Mm.
He doesn't it's like he doesn't even comprehend it. Now, granted, he does only have a high school education, and he is pretty window-licking grade stupid for stealing from all these people. But nonetheless, anybody that can do simple math can figure this out. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I gave this to a 10-year-old, they could probably give this. I know if you give it to a 5th grader, definitely got it.
Well, people who send spaceships to Mars work out how much fuel you need to get those rockets off the ground and the burn rate. Like, he knows that $3.5 million a month was the burn rate. As soon as people started withdrawing the funds, he would have gone through 30, 40 million, whatever it was, and the burn rate outweighs the money coming in. They're bankrupt. It's just... Yep. And the other one was, I talked about yesterday but NLP, he only ever brought in money for 3 months for Goliath, and it wasn't a profit because he's just switching the money. But there wasn't enough liquidity in NLP to show to get liquidity pool money. There wasn't enough capital to generate the returns they were paying out. So even using NLP as what he thought was genuine, somebody with a calculator could have shown that this doesn't add up. And he didn't, as a consultant, he never even noticed that. So he's a freaking useless consultant. He's not even the best burger flipper in the world anymore. He's just dumbass.
Yeah, he got fired from every job so far, guys. I mean, I don't know if you've actually listened to it. He says he's not a failure, but he's been fired from every job. Newsflash, pal. If you get fired from a job, you failed. I hate to be the one to break it to you. Like, this is the whole common sense thing that you missed on the common and the sense part. But the thing that gets me is that it's not just the money. It's the anxiety he has caused every single one of these people's families.
Yeah.
Like how many fights did he cause at the dinner table? How many divorces did this cause? What are the actual cascade results of what his actions caused? Because that's the real impact of this. It isn't just the money. It's what it did to people's lives. He ruined people's lives by doing this. And I don't want to sell anything short. I don't want to make it overly dramatic either. But a guy didn't make it because of this. Like, he gave up because Chris stole his life. And that's what happened.
You're talking to the wrong person with that stuff, mate, because it's just it just annoys.
I know that hits home with you, Danny. I know. You know?
And people, I remember somebody rang me up once, and I was part of a cult, and somebody rang me up and said, "Oh, how many people have died because of the cult that you're a part of?" And I said, "Dead people don't speak." And you don't get the answers from dead people. You don't get to see the detrimental effects it's had once they've gone because they can't speak. And and you can only hear it from the families. And the families don't even often know what their loved ones that they've lost have they been up to. They don't even, no one knows why somebody takes their own life. I mean, so it just pisses me off the fact that he's actually managed to knock somebody off this planet. And, and I don't know why he's not accountable for, his actions. I mean, yeah.
Seems like he should be. I mean, it really feels like, I got to be honest with you, 50 years seems like he's getting off light.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it can change, but probably can't. But I just know that Murdoch got 150 years, but because he went after the 401ks, and it's meant to be 30
Yep.
years every time you go after somebody's 401k. So if it'd be interesting to see what Matt Burke gets if those people that were filmed by, or I believe Rice, was it Gary Rice, that old couple that he interviewed. I mean, that's the
Probably.
funniest. So they interviewed on Wealth MD an old couple that were giving testimonials about how Wealth MD was managing their 401k. And I believe it was all staged. However, now it's like, oh, well, here's an old couple that claim that you were doing their management of their 401ks. So now it's evidence instead of a testimonial, which I think is going to be great seeing how that unfolds for Matt Burke. I'd love to know anyone that, Matt Burke approached who took people's 401ks and invested in Goliath, because that's going to be, and Matt Burke knows what he's doing. So I can't wait until that's exciting, because that's going to be the game changer for me when I start seeing other, charges coming out and what they get charged for. And we still don't know, the investigation's dropped. I don't get any intel anymore. They were worried about discovery, but all the Avengers sitting here waiting. Everyone's waiting. Who's next? And some people go, "Oh, is that the only person they're going to go after?" And I'm going, "No. It's just this happened really fast, so it's going to be exciting."
Well, I mean, and that is something to be said. Is that I mean, I have to definitely also commend the agents that were involved as a part of this. These guys, I mean, they really showed up. They took your information from the Avengers, and they literally hit full throttle with it, because I've never seen a financial crime move this fast either. I mean, I'm pretty blown away, to be honest with you, at the speed of acquisition. So I'm hoping, obviously, I'm an investor, so I'd love to see getting some of my money back. Pretty much not real hopeful, because as everybody can tell, Chris isn't real bright. So we want to get back what we can at this point, as opposed to what he was willing to give us back, because like you heard, he feels almost entitled to your money, which I'm not sure how I can even grasp that as a concept, how somebody can feel entitled to your money when they didn't earn it, they didn't do anything for it, they just stole it from you.
I think,
and you should be happy about that.
Well, when I'm watching these videos, I actually can't process why he's looking like the man about town, like why he's looking like he thinks he's some successful businessman. I mean, we're talking to a common thief here, and there's no proof of anything else. And
he's an idiot failure, and that's really what it comes down to. I mean, realistically, end of the day, kind of speak, brass tacks are down and all that. He's an idiot failure that scammed people out of money. He employed pretty much a sales team that would push his narrative and that would con other people and bring them into the business. And that was just their business model, is scamming people, ripping them off, paying their money that they ripped the first person off to the pack person to keep their little illusion going. Because like he said, he was bringing in quite a bit of money. And yeah, if you keep bringing in quite a bit of money, you're going to have other people that are going to want to know how you're making money and all that kind of stuff. And it's no secret that money breeds money. So I understand where people would want to invest with somebody else who's got a large investment into something and they're seeing significant returns on their investment. But when the thing falls apart and everybody loses everything, and then all we're sitting back for is watching Chris in an $8.5 million house give a 7-hour interview to a local news anchor, and then, get to giggle as he walks around his Louis Vuitton pool table and his Lamborghini and his home sauna that the dumbass can't even install. So, I mean, it really begs the question, like, where'd the money go? Where did the money go? Because there's got to be some kind of a golden parachute somewhere, Danny. And I've got to believe that.
It might
There's
be
got
in
to
the
be some kind
coconut
of a
drinks,
cold
mate.
storage wallet that was early on, or something to that effect in this blockchain events. And I would have everybody, including your Avengers, the FBI, the CIA. I don't care who looks into it, to be frankly honest with you. I really hope they find that transaction, because that's probably going to be the one that's like 20, 50, $100 million or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's probably where he's got his little golden parachute for if he ever gets out of prison, or if he needs to pay off these co-conspirators to keep their mouth shut. That's probably where it'll end up coming from. But I would also watch his family members, like I believe he's got a brother. And I also believe, you might want to watch, anything that would be listed as an asset, and, one of his kids' names that he loves so much that he spend all of his time in another country all the time, and all that.
There's
Such
a
a
good
good
thing
dad.
about it. There's a lot of like every time we notified Homeland Security of his location, like when he was in Croatia, when he was in Dubai, when he was in Thailand, every time we would get, we're on it. So I don't think he farted and no one even didn't know about it. So if he's like, when it comes to his money, we've one of my main Avengers has just done a massive investigation over the last 6 weeks on every crypto wallet address, and we linked it back to everywhere, and it's and that's been handed to those people who are doing those investigations. I won't say, but they and it's bloody awesome to be part of it. But I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy called Zach XPT. He helped us freeze. He's an associate of CoffeeZilla's, but he's probably the best blockchain investigator on the planet. And we managed to freeze $41.5 million. He gave me and another guy called Behind MLM credit for tracking the wallet, finding the wallet addresses. And then he went away and did his investigation. They tracked 91 million, but managed to stop 41 of it. And that was just a few weeks ago. But we've got those guys who are the best in the world. And if there's any crypto, even now we're still asking people, how did you get paid? Give us a crypto wallet address. Anyone ever got a bit of money from Chris? Like anyone can start up a new wallet. But anyone that's ever received a payment of any form from Christopher or any of those boys, give it to us. And we will probably already have it. But don't think we're not still investigating. And we follow the money backwards, and that's the truth of the matter. So it's quite exciting from out, and that's stuff that we haven't publicized, but people still don't realize how deep we're in this hole with this investigation.
Well, Danny, I do have to get going, but I didn't want to interrupt too much, guys. I know that I obviously I got to go home and take care of some personal stuff, but I wanted to thank everybody that's reached out. Thank you, guys. Really, truly,
well, it's really,
bottom of my heart. Thank you. It really. Damn, you guys really came through in a big way. And I never expected to have so many people saying, you're my voice. Thank you so much for doing this for me.
Yeah.
I can't do this because of X, Y, and Z. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to be that person, and all that kind of stuff. And I understand that. I do. There's a lot of people that don't want to be the face and don't want to be on TV and that kind of stuff. I get it. But now that this is broke, and it looks like I'm going to end up being the wrinkled and Florida beaten face for this. Go ahead and run with it, guys. I mean, realistically, I've got nothing to hide. I mean, my life's already been public 2 or 3 times. So, I mean, what the hell can they do to me at this point?
Well, I live the same life, mate. I mean, I've got nothing to hide. I'm fully transparent. It's never bit me on the bum being transparent. And life is all about, if you don't learn from what you do, that's where you go wrong. I mean, what did Christopher learn from what he did? He just kept taking the money, and then he started.
And this is the thing, Danny. If you didn't stop him, and that article didn't happen, and all of these events didn't cascade hit him like this, and the people didn't pull their money out, and you didn't save all those people that pulled their money out. If that hadn't happened, he would still be running this scam. Yeah. It would still be okay to him. It would still be all right for him to be taking in other people's money. It would still be okay for him taking the firefighters' retirement, the police, the cops' retirement, the nurses' retirement, the people that can't afford to lose the money's retirement, the people that are 60, 70, 80 years old. The people that are sold that they'll never make the money back, or they'll never even have the chance to make the money back.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of people that these people went after, man. And that is just deplorable. That's unforgivable. Like I said before, you just can't do that. That's just wrong. That's immoral.
One thing I do remember seeing is one of the co-conspirators. It was Mike, actually, Mike from who lives in Dubai, that'll be coming home soon, and he had videos on the internet showing people how to transfer their money from fiat currency into the blockchain, into crypto. So they're giving educationals how to get that money off into Goliath. And I still remember. So these guys, what I'm saying, these are co-conspirators. These are people that were helping people who knew nothing.
Did you look at that video? Did you look at that video? Did you look at the balance on the video? If you get an opportunity, go back and look at the balance on the video. There's less than $5,000 in that account.
Right. So, yeah.
So he's a massive, big trader, millions of dollars, super good systems. You've got $5,000 on the exchange. You've got to be kidding me, pal.
Is that the three? He did three short videos. Is that the one you're talking about? Was it?
It's in one of the videos that he. It's in one of the videos that he did not redact the balance. I do know that. I remember seeing it. I don't know if it's been taken down now.
I've got them.
But
actually got them.
I do know that. If you've got them, go through them. I'm pretty positive that there's at least one where it shows that the balance is it's definitely less than $10,000.
Wow. Yeah.
Which,
no big shot.
if you're some big shot and you're running money on an exchange and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I'm no big shot by any means whatsoever, but that's not an unseen amount of money to have on the exchange. I mean,
yeah, no, that's cool. Here, I've actually just found the record. I don't know if I sent you that recording I said I was going to, but I just found it and I'll do it now. But you enjoy listening. It's just we don't want Mike to know that we have a fly in his ointment, so I'll forward that to you. You'll enjoy.
Okay. And then go ahead and drop by. I believe it's old Tomo's page. He was just posting a little bit ago about a dream flight that he took home. Where'd you get the money for that one, pal?
I used his points. He had to go via Poland, and because he couldn't, so he's got no money left. So we've heard can't even afford to pay. I don't know if I should say it, child support, apparently, but you know.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, I do feel bad about that one, because if his daughter does need the money or something like that, I would feel bad about that.
Yeah. All right, mate. You enjoy that little wee recording I just gave you now. Have a wee chuckle.
Thank you, Chief. I will look at it. Keep rocking it from down under, my friend. I appreciate it.
Yep, that's where it all happens in the future.
I'll see you soon, Danny.
Yep. All right. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Bye. See ya.
See you, buddy. Now that we press stop on this, where have you gone? You press stop. You go. No, you hang up. No, you go. There he goes. He's off. That's good. Oh, well, that's quite cool. Now, yes, I do have a beautiful watch on my wrist here, by the ladies and gentlemen. If it goes, it's oops, look at that. Whoops, you've got to keep it going. Garmin watch. If you want one of those and you're in New Zealand, let me know, because a good friend of mine is there. Oh, there we go. So a couple of things that we learnt from that. First thing is, you may be wondering who that guy is. Let me show you.
I really love staying at that Fountain Blue. It was beautiful. I love the fact that you put us up in a nice place. Yeah, you look scared. You should be.
Yeah. So, whoops. Oh, let's talk about more. I'm going to look for another video. And if you want to, you will see that I am actually doing a fundraiser at the moment. I'm at 6%, which is great. I started it this morning, but I basically got a goal of about $5,000. Help send me to Orlando for Christopher Delgado's sentencing. As I said earlier on today, there is an opportunity. I have to be in America twice within a month. I do really want to be there. I'm not Rockefeller. I don't get paid enough for this. But if you want to support me, do check out the goal, and appreciate anyone that can chip in, and let's see if we can get there. All right, so let's go back to Darlene. I will actually find those videos while we're listening to Darlene, if I don't get interrupted by her too often. But this is the confession of Christopher. This is the big interview, I think, and we've just got another 14 minutes to go, so let's go.
So in theory, their money should have just been sitting in an account. So what happened?
We were
running a Ponzi scheme.
We were utilizing MLP.
No, what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
Lifestyle.
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend. We used their funds to keep the company going.
Oh my God. So, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not really, because what he just said, they used it for corporate events. So what I did today is we actually have produced a book. It's 178 pages long. And if you read all about the copyright, the book that we've written is dedicated to every victim who trusted Goliath Ventures with their savings, to the investigators, journalists, regulators, and whistleblowers who refuse to look away, and to my Avengers, the quiet volunteers working tirelessly behind the scenes. Your commitment to uncovering the truth has made this publication possible. And in here, the reason I stopped that video was there was a quote that Christopher actually made. Where is that quote, Danny? There it is. So this is the quote that was in the book. It said their money was being used to make distributions, used it for corporate events, and used it for personal spend. We used the funds to keep the company going. And that is what I believe is going to be one of the biggest quotes around this whole saga. So the fact that he's just said it on camera, that's pretty breathtaking.
When you think about that, what you just said, how do you feel?
These last 5 months that I've been on home confinement have been the most gut-wrenching 5 months of my life. Every night I go to bed, or every second of the day, I remember people that I came across, people that I met at our events or other events. And I get so sick to my stomach that I failed these people.
Some of them would say you stole from them.
Put a 7 in the chat room if you didn't get your money stolen. Everybody would now say that you stole their money, except for the net winners. They'd be quite happy.
I think this goes back into the intent of and how this company started.
The intent. My intent to be a YouTuber was to be like a CoffeeZilla. It hasn't worked. It's very hard, but I'm trying my best to be a CoffeeZilla because he's my hero. But anyway, my intent is my saving grace and all I have to say about it. I love it. Absolutely love it, Chris.
Our intent was never supposed to be this. What Goliath was today was what wasn't Goliath when it started.
So what was Goliath when it started? They were white labeling some other Ponzi scheme. That's what it was when it started.
It was just friends investing along each other, family investing along each other, and it was working.
It was working for 3 months because he was part of another Ponzi scheme.
And yes, when things started falling apart, we should have stopped.
Yeah, you should have stopped, and you should have made a public statement about how you were running it then. But why did you continue? Because you were getting away with it. And the only reason you stopped is because people like me started asking those hard questions.
And I wish we would have stopped.
I wish we could have stopped. We were robbing the bank and we were taking all the money and we were going from bank to bank to bank, and we wish we could have stopped. Give me a bucket.
At some point when you realized you were using other people's money to live a certain lifestyle or to pay employees or to host events. Was there any regret?
Oh, that's called leading the witness?
100%.
Well, she nailed that question.
When we had hosted not our last Christmas party, but the one before, the only thing, I was miserable that whole event. The only thing I could think of was, how do we turn this around? How do we go into 2025 and how do we turn this around?
So if you're not keeping up with current events, pal, the answer to that question was hoping that somebody had already lost millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, claimed that he was going to put in $50 million to Goliath Ventures, and then he had a friend that was going to invest, well, through his connections and associates, he alleged that he had somebody else that was going to put in $200 million. And then if he got $200 million invested from a company, then it would have attracted other companies and the big investors, and they would have restructured the company. So what he was trying to do is get more money in to keep the illusion alive, to run it longer. All these Ponzi scheme scammers are doing exactly the same thing every time. Any of these guys that are telling you they know how to invest in the blockchain, they've got some magical source that they're putting on their investments, and they're driving these flash cars and turning up in helicopters to events and showy Instagram pages, are all just running a lie. You need to ask these hard questions. This could be a turning point for all these lifestyle marketing guys. They all need to be put in an interrogation room and asked the hard questions. They need their books opened to the public to scrutinize. They need a public ledger where we can see their spend and where the money's coming from and from who.
It's why I immediately flew back to Dubai after that event. I was trying to get us on the right track, and like I said, I'm sorry, and I deeply regret these positions that I put these families in. And in 2025, I should have stopped everything.
All right, so now she's going to mention about the fact that somebody has died because of his actions. I'm pretty sure this is where she says it. So he has been responsible for someone dying by suicide because of his actions. So let's see how remorseful this bottom feeder is.
I want to read you two things. Well, let me ask you this first. Let's assume you're going to prison.
Let's assume it. Because Christopher has been sending texts out to friends while he's been under house arrest, telling them that there's no way in hell he is going to spend any time in prison. This is literally what we've heard. We've seen information from his group of friends telling us that Christopher believes he's not going to spend one day in prison. He's 100% not guilty. That's what we've heard from Christopher. So did he say that here? No. So he's messaging his friend network one story, and he's on camera feeding the public another story.
What do you have to give these victims to make them whole or partially whole through the form of restitution?
Wow, we've got 1,500 notebooks. We've got some nice plastic mugs with Goliath Ventures written on them. We can also give you a nice man bag with our name printed on it. Or if you want to, we can even give you some chips from our Royal Gala event that we had. I mean, he's got nothing. He's just spent the money on lifestyle marketing and then tells you that, it's just bullshit. Sorry.
They have to know.
They have to know.
That I fully went into this.
With intent?
Committed. I came and self-surrendered. I came to take full responsibility.
No, you didn't. You were cornered into the room. You were publicly exposed by myself and my Avengers, and you had nowhere else to run. You were cowering. You were too scared to leave the apartment in Dubai, begging that you would get brought back to America without being arrested. I mean, you've even made admissions of that yourself. We know that Andy and the kids were told not to go outside the apartment where you were living because you were too scared. You're a scaredy cat now, aren't you?
For my actions, I came to give them the answers they need. And in doing so, I have turned over everything. I notified the DOJ of my international accounts and surrender those accounts willingly over. So those funds and my crypto, so that money can go back to our victims. And any question that they had, was this bag or was this item personal? Did you buy it personally? I said, just take it. Just take it.
That is friggin' bullshit. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look,
Ethical journalistic decision.
so listen to
not
this at the end of this.
Goliath. I just don't know if I want this film. It's just some of the bags and stuff, restitution, not restitution. I just don't want the DOJ to see me like he didn't.
But I want to see it. Yeah.
He didn't turn over that bag.
Oh my.
All right. So does that sound like somebody that said that he'd hand over everything? I mean, is this just bullshit or what?
How much is there?
700. $20. $30.
I don't know if I'm at liberty to say, but it's been a couple $1 million that we have handed over so far.
A long way from 300 million. So they're never getting their money back.
I am doing my best to make sure that restitution is going to be paid in full.
Just think that in, guys. Christopher, yesterday in the video we watched, said that he wanted an opportunity to get people's $250,000 back. And the only proof that we have that he's able to generate any money for anybody whatsoever is him participating in Ponzi schemes and pump and dump meme coins. And now he wants the opportunity to go out and be a crypto trader when he's a failed crypto trader, to basically make people whole after being a common thief stealing people's money. This is unheard of stuff. And now he wants another opportunity. Who the hell would invest with anything to do with Christopher for him to even have a shot at repaying anybody's money after stealing from them?
And to your point, assuming I'm going to prison when I come out will be my life's goal, because I don't fail. I haven't failed at anything in my life.
Sunshine.
I haven't let people down. My family depends on me. My parents depend on me. My brothers depend on me. My community depended on me.
You ain't got a community, mate. You're not human.
And this was the first time in my life that I failed. And I not only failed.
You got fired twice
in my job, but I failed
Grant
the people that were the most dependent
and flipping burgers.
I'm going to read you something that was sent to me. And it is from one of your victims.
Wow. Listen to this, guys.
And just give me a moment to pull this up.
Okay.
I don't want to show their name, Carrie, but okay, we'll have to black it out.
We'd love to know who this person is.
So they invested $500,000. Wife retired, husband still working. They thought that they could live in part off of the returns each month. Their house is in foreclosure now.
Oh, let me make them whole, Chris. What are you going to say, Chris? Say something intelligent. Nothing's coming out of this. Come on, cry, Chris. Have another bottle of champagne. Where's your Rolex? You've taken off today.
Another one of your victims tells me that they took a line of credit out of their home
They're probably a fireman.
to invest with Goliath.
Yeah.
Another one, their life savings
out of their retirement account.
Talk in a quiet voice.
They have nothing.
Nothing.
What do you say to these people?
Sorry. Nothing. He doesn't know what nothing is.
That I'm going to give it my all to make them whole.
Oh my God. Really?
That is now my life's work. That is now my life's mission, is to make these people whole. And that started by me willingly coming back to the United States to take responsibility and to apologize to them directly. And I understand an apology is not going to pay their bills, or apology is not, but now...
You think?
Now my life's mission and my life's goal...
Give me a bucket.
...is to get their life back on track.
Mm-hmm.
One of them will never get to see that happen because we're told they committed suicide recently.
Boom.
I was unaware of that.
That's the damage done.
I'm sorry, but I can't let that go. I'm going back because this is I'm just saving an address here, but what I don't want to happen is I don't want people who watch my content to not realize what she just said. You know, we're charging Christopher 50 years in jail for a fraud. And now Darlene Jones has done the best part of the interview she's ever done. She's tried to shock him by telling him something he didn't know, that someone is no longer on the planet because of his actions. And let's have a look at the reaction that we get. So let's just watch this bit again. I'm disgusted. I'd spit in his face. Sorry. Listen to this.
Is to get their life back on track.
One of them will never get to see that happen because we're told they committed suicide recently.
I mean, it's just terrible.
I was unaware of that.
What the heck? Is that your reaction when you're told that somebody has just killed themselves, died by suicide because you stole their money? I'm speechless.
That's the damage done.
This is why we do what we do. This is why I spend 70 to 80 hours a week. I don't just YouTube. I research. I'm answering emails. I'm fighting documents of lawyers all day long. I got my smear campaigners out there who are watching my videos right now trying to get dirt on me because they're not happy that I expose these criminals. We report the truth. If we get it wrong, we'll publish that as well. But these people like this, who can be just told that somebody died by suicide and then sit there with no emotion on their face, like they had a right to take that family's money. This is why we do what we do. This is why I do what I do.
I know there is nothing that I can say right now to these families.
He is not telling the Department of Justice everything. As I showed you the wee video clip just before, he's got other stuff that he could do. He could be totally transparent. He could be absolutely transparent with everything he's done. I mean, he could have said people's names that were involved in every aspect of this. I mean, he didn't mention, the Sanjays. He didn't meet the Sarah Soliman names. He was told not to say their names out loud. But he could have said, I want to explain exactly what happened, who was involved. Because if somebody, let's just say, shady was connected to Christopher and he held back their name to protect them, then that same person will be off to the next shady deal because they fly close to the radar. All these bottom feeders all leech together. And that's what they do. And this is why these scams continue. They morph into the other one. Straight away, we're talking about the Onyx Reserve and them running now a luxury real estate investment opportunities. And guess what? You have 45 days to make up your mind whether you invest your money into this next too good to be true opportunity. These same guys had employed Matt Burks as their operations manager. Matt Burks is still doing business and all. Jonathan Mason is still signing up people for insurance, telling everyone that everything that we say is rubbish. Well, we've been totally vindicated. This guy is protecting people still to this day.
And I know I've broken their trust. But they need to know that I am taking this seriously.
No shit.
And that every fiber in my being is going to make it work. It's going to make them whole.
And when this video was being recorded, he's texting his friends, telling them that he's 100% going to get off.
That's why I'm here.
And he's also holding parties in the house that he's in right now. So we know of at least 3 or 4 parties that he's held. And we've got the videos to prove it. Since he's been arrested, put under house arrest, he's still having parties in the house. There's no law. Because we asked, is he allowed to have parties? No one said, he's allowed to do what he likes. But he's still having parties, even today, in that house. Does that show him remorse?
Anything else?
I just hope that
I hope what?
I just hope that they understand now more. And that some of them, I know all of them won't have closure. I know a lot of people will have more questions. But I want them to know that
Closure. Closure is when it goes clink.
I am doing everything in my power.
Here's some closure.
To give them the answers that they need and to make them as whole as possible.
Rubbish. Don't believe it for a second.
Firefighters, nurses, doctors.
Yeah, we know.
Just everyday people. Yeah.
No.
It's my fault for not being in those conversations or pushing the team more. I was the CEO.
Of what? The CEO of a scam.
That's an apology.
That what? 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 Oh my God, what?
It's my fault for not being in those conversations or pushing the team more. I was the CEO.
That's an apology.
That's not an apology. That is just a heap of shit. That is not an apology. I don't know about you guys, but if I took $400 million from the community that I live in and I love, claiming I was the best hamburger flipper in the world, realizing that I got busted by somebody, exposed by myself and the Avengers, we raised the alarm, so to speak, and then I couldn't keep the illusion going, and then I realized that I got caught. And now I've ruined people's lives. We've even had, she just told him a few minutes ago that someone has died by suicide. And now we've got him saying he's sorry. And she's going, that's an apology. That is just a crock of shit. And if it's just sad. I'm lost for words.
That's taking responsibility.
That's taking responsibility. Well, as I said earlier on, no offense, Darlene Jones, I'm sure you're good as a news reader. I do not and I never will actually admit that anything I saw in this interview was investigative journalism. I think the fact that Christopher rang you up, he was trying to control the narrative. The fact is that you told him not to mention certain people's names when relaying stories was ridiculous. This interview was meant to be the raw footage of Christopher spilling the beans, not controlling the story, not coercing a conversation out of him about, a prominent lawyer. I mean, this is all, people accuse me of doing things for clicks. This whole interview to me is all about ratings and getting the story. And you claim it was there for the victims. If you were there for the victims, you'd be doing what Justin did outside the courtroom and calling him out for the scammer he is. Why does this guy get to go to the courtroom wearing a fancy suit, looking like a billionaire, when he's just stolen everyone's money? This is a common thief that got stopped.
Say that they have the feds knocking on the door.
Yeah, they've all received subpoenas now, and
that was the first. That was the first comment that the DOJ made to me: is everyone that's going to come sit at this table is just going to point the finger at you. I said, I know that, but that same person pointing the finger was making $1 million a month.
do you think
That same person that was pointing the finger was making $1 million a month. So he's now telling us, is he talking about somebody else? Is he talking about the 3% investor that I know about, that no one else knows about, that never received any money? Is he insinuating that somebody received money that no one knows about? Or is he not consistent with the stories? Because previously with these interviews, he talked about Nick Petrillo was making $4 million a month. Now it's turned into $1 million a month. Is he talking about Jay Newton? Why aren't we asking the questions? Why can he now say that somebody was earning $4 million is now earning $1 million a month? What story are we going with here? Why is that not hauled up and asked, who are you talking about? Is he insinuating that somebody that didn't let him get away with it is part of the scam? I mean, look, there were so many business people that got caught up with Goliath Ventures. And, everyone may have done so at the start. Everyone may have enjoyed the honey that this guy was giving out until they started using, those hard questions and asking for proof, asking for the books they never got. I don't want to take sides, but I also don't want somebody to control the narrative who's been lying to people for the last 3 or 4 years, taking money of mum and dad investors. And then this shit, he's got an opportunity to get in front of a camera and dob in the last of his mates. Well, farewell, fair maiden, as you go off to Orange County Jail in your orange overalls and spend 50 years of yourself rotting in a cell for 23 hours a day.
you'll just plead guilty and just take whatever deal that can be negotiated?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, you don't want this to go to trial.
No.
I mean, that would be...
There's no reason to go to trial. I'm not sitting here saying I'm innocent.
Mm-hmm.
I am saying, though, I had the right intention. I was putting the money up front.
You think those people in Dubai just duped you all along to get you, to get
It's
people?
running now. It's up and running.
It's up and running. Wait until you see this part. So he claimed that his liquidity trading, Goliath Ventures liquidity pool, he spent, I said, $15, $16 million on, is now up and running. So he's claiming that what he was trying to accomplish is now finished. And that is absolutely bullshit, because he's trying to copy NLP, my liquidity partners, which was running a scam, a $200 million scam. He got dividends from a Ponzi scheme for 3 months and then decided to start up his own liquidity pool fund, for the use of a better word. and it's not working. It didn't generate the money that he's paying out in returns. So what he's trying to say, he got it over the line, but the timing was all wrong. It was a failed business. It's not, because even if he's got this liquidity pool trading thing going, it's not what is going to generate the returns he was offering people. So it's bullshit on bullshit. It's just a total, he's just a kid. He's an uneducated idiot who thinks he's some sort of failed businessman who's delusional. And it's very hard to even sit here and listen to this shit. And I do believe if they had a reporter that knew more about crypto, could have actually grilled him about now and said, well, hold it a minute. If this project that you were trying to get going, how much return would have they actually given Goliath Ventures, the company that you were claiming can pay anything from 3 to 8% per month? And what proof have you got that it's actually sustainable? And how would you get the liquidity that it would need to generate the liquidity pools money revenue? I think I said that, something like that.
It's producing. It's not producing what we thought it produced, but...
No shit.
You know?
Not 8% or
No,
5%.
but let me show you a message.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here's proof that I got it going. She just said, she come up and said, what did she say? Did she say 5%? Hold on, I'm going to go 4302, 43. So she's alleging that she thinks that this thing that he's going to show her in a few minutes is capable of producing some percentage. And she even said what she thought it might percent. She has no idea what she's talking about.
People in Dubai just duped you all along to get...
The people in Dubai just duped you all along. I mean, so Carl Moon has told me that he's just won a court case for $3.6 million from the two individuals that Christopher was theoretically consulting. All right. So now she's claiming that the people in Dubai who Christopher's been paying money to develop an app, you know, these guys have probably been taking money from Christopher, promising him things. These are all immature actors. This is exactly what I didn't actually think about it until now. Christopher's saying he's paid $16 million to developers. I bet you the developers are the same people that stole money, allegedly, from Carl Moon, who Carl Moon's just won a court case ordering them to pay $3.6 million to Carl Moon for scamming him. And now Christopher's been duped by the same people, and that's what she's saying. And now he's going to prove that they deliver the product that doesn't deliver any profits.
You to get
It's running now.
It's running now.
It's up and running. It's producing. It's not producing what we thought it produced, but, you know.
Not 8% or
No,
5%.
but let me show you a message.
Oh, okay.
What did you say, 5%? I don't know, but she said some percentage, which I didn't quite pick up on. But she's insinuating that he may have this thing that may be producing profits. I have no idea. Let's just say, in layman terms, I'm on my rant at the moment, but let's say if you've come up with a way of getting liquidity pool money, you would need volume, and you would need $30 million worth of volume to go through. It's like if you went and bought a car and they say, how are you going to pay for this? I'm going to pay on the credit card. Well, the merchant fee would be 1.7%. So that 1.7% is what you need to pay people who invested with you out of. And that's what they're claiming. So you need a lot of volume to make these liquidity pools work. Now, NLP meant to have brought in $200 million. And even if you looked at themselves on the ledger, they didn't have the volume to generate what they were having to pay out their investors. Same deal. So anyway. Does it sound like 8%? 8 to 5%? Yeah, maybe. What's she doing here? Oh. Who's on the phone, Chris? Who are you texting? Is it these people that we've got in your book? So he's still texting people trying to get the deal over the line. And this is proof that he got there, is it? Going to show us the screen?
Oh, I have that. I have that. Yeah.
Hey, they cut that, and you can hear a voice. Whose voice is that? Okay, Avengers, we've got these videos to listen to, but listen to the voice.
Oh, I have that. I have that. Yeah.
That actually sounds like Jonathan Mason's voice. Oh my God, the plot gets thicker. I feel like playing some music. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God, he nearly got it going. He could have pulled the... I'm insinuating to the world that if this piece of software was going, Christopher wouldn't have been in the situation he's in right now. Oh, maybe that guy would still be alive.
Do you want us to sit back down, Carrie?
No, we're
Okay, yeah, I think we have a lot.
Here we go.
At the end of the day, I failed.
At the end of the day, he failed.
You know,
This is just another camera angle.
I can blame this factor, that factor, that factor.
And the volume is bad. Can't do much about that. Or I can actually.
Other than that, what do you say to people who lost their life savings trusting you and investing in Goliath Ventures?
Okay. I've got 30 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
I mean, there's nothing.
Here we go. Can you see she's texting? Can't quite see. Oh, sorry, I don't want to show their names. Hey, kids, that's it. We've got a bit of a roundup today, though. There's a few things you can do. Sorry, I broke the broadcast in half. I will splice this together, and we will come out with a proper broadcast. Look, I want to go see this guy go to jail. If you can support me in any which way or form, please use the button there. Go there, and you'll see that I've started up myself a bit of a hope campaign. I've got, I actually got, I did a couple of blogs last night. You can actually go to my website. I'll just shut down these pages as we go. Thank you to everyone that has contributed along the way in this journey. It really does help. I hate asking for money, but, and I know a lot of people ain't got the money after this. What else am I going to show you guys? I did have some interesting stuff. Just remember, they went after retirement money. Matt Burke, hopefully we should have a wager on who goes to jail next. Remember, this is going to be the quote that Christopher lives by for the rest of his life. Their money was used to make distributions, used for corporate events, used for personal spend. We used the funds to keep the company going, not to invest in people. Any idea in your brain that says that Christopher was actually a real businessman and trying to get real things going? I just want you guys to realize that is not true. He didn't have a business. He's a con man. We've got some nice music available. What else have we got here for you? This is Christopher's wallet address. And this is what you call a Alpha Kongs Club. It's a prestigious NFT to have. If you've ever received any money from Chris in any which way or form over the last 5 years, we would love to know what wallet addresses he used. We've got all of them, we think, but we're still open. But you can see we've got Chris's wallet, his main wallet, his public wallet address. He created that back in 2022. So check that out. The other thing that we are really pleased to have is obviously being able to go to Etherscan and go through and check all of Christopher's transactions. So you can really help us to carry on this investigation. Now, there's a couple of things you can do to help yourself. If you're not familiar with it, you can actually go to Goliath Ventures BK. And we have got lots of dockets, and they're coming out every day. So even today, there's another docket here. I don't know what it is, so let's have a look together. And you can keep up with the latest events, what's actually happening. So I hereby, it's true, copies of the following: an order receiver, motion to excuse compliance. I don't know what that is, but look, if let's have a wee look here. This is what I do, and it may help you if you're trying to get heads or tail out of what's actually going on. Let's say there's a new docket like this one here. You can literally download it, put it on your desktop. You can go along to, I'm just going to bring up my WhatsApp. Won't be a second. I'll just go to ChatGPT. We'll go to, where are we? Goliath Ventures. Is that the one we want? Goliath Ventures. That's right. And I'll get rid of that. Alrighty. So we put Goliath Ventures back on here. And we can ask, I have a folder on ChatGPT. And the last time we asked ChatGPT was yesterday's documents. And I just basically get those documents and I literally drag a PDF document into ChatGPT. And could you please give me a summary of what this latest document in regards to Goliath Ventures is all about? So you can use ChatGPT. You don't have to be Einstein. And if you're still finding it a little bit hard to understand what these documents are about, then you literally can, when that decides to put itself together, come on, upload. It wasn't that big, was it? How many pages was that document? That is a big document. What is that one all about? Susie will probably know. She's probably read this. Filing documents. Law, RAM. Boy, there's a lot of information in this one. Let's see what we got. Okay, could you please give me a summary of what the latest document is? Right. In plain English, let's see, the court's saying we've already made rulings. Now we're officially confirming that all lawyers, creditors, government agencies, and interested parties can be sent copies. Now, I think this is actually what I think it is. It's really, really cool. So what it's actually saying is they have a database of every investor that has been involved with this investigation. And I'm pretty sure it's saying that the way that the courts can communicate with investors and net winners can change to simple emails.
This latest filing, docket 255, doesn't introduce any new evidence or decisions. It's what's known as a certificate of service. Essentially, the court's proof that everyone who is legally entitled to receive copies of recent orders has, in fact, been served with them.
Oh, there you go.
Think of it like a registered mail receipt. The court is saying, open quote, we've already made these rulings. Now we're officially confirming that all the lawyers, creditors, government agencies, and interested parties have been sent copies. Close quote. This filing doesn't change the bankruptcy case. It simply documents that proper notice has been given. What documents were served? The certificate confirms that 3 important orders were distributed. 1. Receiver excused from complying with Section 543. This is the order allowing Michael Budwick to continue acting as receiver instead of immediately handing control of the assets over to the bankruptcy estate. The court had already granted this. This filing simply confirms everyone was notified.
Brilliant.
Extents Edelines. The order extending the receiver's exclusive period to file a Chapter 11 plan by 31st December 2026. Solicit votes until 1st of March 2027. Again, no new ruling, just confirmation that everyone received it. And 3. Approval to use one operating DARE, allowing both the Florida and Wyoming bankruptcy estates to use a single debtor in possession operating account while keeping separate accounting records. Again, nothing new, just proof it was served. Who received these documents? Quite a long list of the US trustee, the Official Committee of Unsecured Creditors, the SEC, the IRS, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, FTC, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Coinbase and Coinbase Custody, numerous creditor attorneys, members of the Creditors Committee, various individual creditors. Anything interesting? A couple of things stand out. Government agents involved. The service list includes SEC Enforcement, CFTC, Department of Justice, IRS, US Trustee. That tells us the case still involves multiple federal agencies with an interest in the
Homeland
outcome.
Security's missed out, isn't it?
Major financial institutions are still participating. The notice was also served on Lawyers Re America, JP Morgan Chase, Coinbase Custody. This reflects that these institutions continue to have interests or obligations in relation to the bankruptcy proceedings. Bottom line, this filing doesn't advance the investigation or reveal new assets. It is simply the legal paperwork court's recent orders have been properly distributed to everyone involved in the Goliath Ventures bankruptcy. If I were ranking the recent filings by importance, I'd put them roughly like this. 1.
Don't need
Rule
that.
2004 subpoenas to lenders, very significant. Active asset trace.
All right, that's enough of that. So that's how I keep up with events, and also I have my Avengers have multiple chats going on all the time. You can do the same. Just go to GoliathVenturesBK.com, and you can actually get an overview of the whole process. Now, we know that they shut down on the 3rd of December the operations in Florida. They reopened them in Wyoming, but the lead case is the Florida one where most of the damage is, so you don't need to file twice. Proof of claim, if you need to do a proof of claim, you can still do that, I believe. You can go to theheck.com and you can literally just search proof of claim. When you search proof of claim, you will find one of the blogs that we did previously, and it helps people. We're here to help individuals. So here's the proof of claim. You can come down here, click on the button that says proof of claim. It will take you back to the government website. You can come down to proof of claim, and you can click proof of claim. And before you know it, proof of claim, you're going to get a form that you can fill out. And it's not even that hard. If you need the case number, you can actually come up to the top here and you should be able to find the bankruptcy, so for example, I think it's here. So there's a step-by-step PDF on how to actually complete the proof of claim. And I'm trying to find the claim number as I speak, but it's going to be here somewhere. The case. So I think that's the case number. And that means if you get that case number and you come back to here, you can put the case number in there, find that case. Before you know it, it brings up the case number, and then you can literally go tick, I understand, go next. And what you can do by doing that, then you can see all the people that have actually, filed a proof of claim. So these are people that believe that they are entitled to get some money back from what was happening with, Goliath Ventures. And that's where you can find a lot of people. So you can add to somebody's claim, and then next minute you can go in there and you can read through all the documents if you want, and whatever you need to do, whatever it is. I don't understand that part of it, but I don't need to. So that's one thing that you can do. Now, when you're doing proof of claim, there's some other simple things that you can do to save yourself a lot of grief. You don't have to give them all the public. You can redact information. So you go to redact PDF on my website. We have a way where, let's just say, yep, I can. So I've got a PDF on my desktop. I literally drag it on here. And this is the very document that we just had the scrutinized. This could be your document. You can say, I don't want people to see this stuff, right? That's called redacting. You can come down here and go, I don't want people to see my phone number. So you redact that information. And once you've redacted everything that you think you need to, then you download it and you make that your documents that you submit to the courts. That's what you call redacting documents. They don't need to find out your home address. They don't need to find out how much money you invested. If they do, they'll come back and ask you, but that's how you submit a form. Right, and the other thing that you can do, you can go to my YouTube channel. And if you want to, and you're a victim and you've done all that and you haven't got around to doing the other thing, and that is going to the post area on my YouTube channel, you come down here enough and you will find a picture here. Victims speak out, make your voice count. Now, do you really want me to be in Orlando and meeting all you lovely victims and not giving you a big hug and saying, did you put in a proof of claim? They may read it out. You can say to the judge that you want your victim impact statement read out because you want the judge to make the right decision. So if you go to this post, you can click on read more. You come down here. We've given you some tips on things that you could say or do. And you click on justice. And there you go. Writing a victim impact statement. Everything you need to know. This is a government form. If you come down here enough, you'll see that's already got Christopher Delgado's name. It's also got his case number. And now you can write how much did you invest in Goliath Ventures. Maybe you can tell your story. This is your chance to have a vent. This is your chance to tell the judge or the person that's going to make the decision how long Christopher gets, what impact this has on you. Imagine the family that have lost their father writing out how much did you invest? $500,000. Did you receive any withdrawals and distribute on returns? The court wants to know, what impact this had on you. We lost our father. This guy pushed my father over the edge. That's what you can do. So look, that's me for today. That is the end of a 5 a 5 series of Christopher. Thank you to Channel 9 News for interviewing Christopher and giving him a voice to tell people that he's not sorry. He's not ashamed of what he's done. In fact, he thinks that he should be entitled. He thinks he should be entitled to get another opportunity to get investors' monies back. Does that sound like somebody who's showing remorse? There's other people in the community of Orlando and broader who are still running scams. They are still telling people what to do with their money. Do not let these bottom feeders control the narrative. Do not let them gaslight you into thinking that your money will be safe if you give it your money. Desperate times call for desperate measures. That's how the scammers are thinking. They are looking for new victims because they want to keep the illusion alive. They want to keep driving their flash cars wearing their too tight suits. These are the bottom feeders on the planet. No one has to tell you what to do with your money. It's just bullshit. Stop. Christopher, I'm going to go after every single person that was a co-conspirator. We've got Operation Elephant in full flight. How do you eat an elephant? One mouthful at a time. How do you take down Goliath? One stone at a time. Tomo, watch out. Mike, when are you coming back to get your passport renewed? What do you think is going to happen when you come back to Canada or America? Punnett Shaw, Vince Griata, Hunter, Smallback, Pierce Curry, Matt Burks, Nick Petrillo. I know what I'll do, is I'll take Christopher to court and I'll file a civil case telling the world that Christopher owes me $40 million. If I were owed $40 million in commissions, how much money did I bring in to get that much commission? That much commissions. How many people did Nick Petrillo defraud? You've got Christine Turner, who was in administration. They're all sitting there rubbing their hands together every time they get a new lot of money in. They can feed the monster. They can feed Goliath Ventures. They can keep it going. Christopher said that $3.5 million was needed to run this monster every month. And then Danny DeHeck and the Avengers started researching, asking those questions. And then the investors got rattled. And they started asking to take out their money. He said it, his own admission, that they were trying to keep up with money. They gave people's money back to keep the illusion alive. If you wanted your money back, even Sanjay got his $100,000 plus $7,000 back. And I said to Sanjay, what are you going to do with the $7,000? Well, if they want it, they can ask for it and I'll give it back. But until then, I'm going to keep it. And then I showed you today that Sanjay got paid through his merch company $402,000 from Goliath Ventures to provide merch to Patrick Ben-David's Vault 2025 event. Patrick Ben-David took $1 million to put Christopher on a stage and give him a mic, claiming that he's a private investment company. Get this. And that they generate 3 to 8% returns per month for investors. Patrick Ben-David took $1 million from Christopher. Didn't even do due diligence. We didn't need to do due diligence, did he? Because Jonathan Mason, who works with Patrick Ben-David, basically said, oh, Chris is good to go. And then we find that Jonathan Mason is working with other investors who are now sending out Dear John letters to their investors saying that they're not associated with Goliath Ventures. However, the investments that you were having with us, all payments have to cease at the moment because we can't afford to pay out dividends on your investments. These guys are all the same. The Onyx Reserve Tom, what's his name? I've forgotten his last name already. Tom and Eric McNeil. Tom Shear? I think it's Tom Shear. They just sent out a newsletter 3 days ago stating that they have a new investment opportunity. This time, it's luxury real estate. You invest your money with us. We've got 45 days. We're going to push you into it. And then we've found this amazing luxury real estate opportunity, which is going to give you amazing returns on investments. So then you trot along and you check out Eric McNeil's YouTube account, and he's still claiming that they're making investments between 3 and 7% per month. If anybody is telling you that you can get a 3 to 7% return on your investment per month, are you shitting me? Don't listen to those guys. Don't let them get away. Ask them the hard questions. Give us the contracts. If you've signed up for any investment, give us a copy of your contract. This whole investment started because somebody that was being pitched a too good to be true opportunity thought this looked like shit. They gave us a copy of their contract, and now we've done well over 100 videos. We've produced over 65 different articles exposing Goliath Ventures. Stop. Think. It's like when a fire happens. They tell you, was it drop, roll? I don't know. Hey, look, guys, I'm Danny the Heck. We are the Avengers. We're here to help victims, but we don't want to help you at the bottom of the cliff. We want to help you at the top of the cliff. We're in the trenches fighting head to head. We're doing the real reporting here. We're not waiting for the courts to file a document that we can be a newsreader and read. We're going to ask the hard questions. We're going to get up close in your face. And we're going to say, prove what you're saying is true. Show us who you align business with. That's what we do. And we're not stopping. We're not going anywhere. See you in the next video. I'm Danny the Heck, and we are the Avengers. Ha
Oh yeah. Hey Christopher. Thought the spotlight would last forever. Now the whole world's watching. Let's go. Walked in flashing all that gold. Thought the story would never get old. Private jets and designer shoes. Now it's breaking evening news. Selling dreams from stage to stage. Writing promises on every page. Everybody bought the fantasy. Now the truth's on national TV. Ooh, hear those sirens calling. Every diamond know it's falling. Thought the music would never stop. Now the beat goes knock, knock, knock. Every time that courtroom door swings wide, I hear blue lights flashing in my mind. Thought you wrote yourself a masterpiece. Now you're reading guilty pleas. Yeah, the gavel goes bang. Hear the courtroom sing. Yeah, the handcuffs go clink. Makes the whole room think. Ooh, that's the sound they bring. Crypto wallets leave a trail. Blockchains always tell the tale. Every transfer, every coin. Now investigators join. Funny how the heroes hide when the paperwork arrives. Funny how the loudest crowd suddenly ain't talking loud. Ooh, hear those whispers growing. Everybody's nervous knowing. One confession starts a chain. Now they're wondering whose name. Every time that courtroom door swings wide, I hear blue lights flashing in my mind. Built an empire on borrowed time. Now you're running out of time. Yeah, the gavel goes bang. Hear the courtroom sing. Yeah, the headlines roll. Taking quite a toll. Ooh, who's the next to fold? No more penthouse celebrations, only legal conversations. No more selfies, no champagne, just another prison train. If the phone stopped ringing now, who'll explain the why and how? Every promise has a cost. Every shortcut ends up lost. Hey Christopher, remember all those standing ovations? Now it's all right. Every time that the truth comes out, you can hear the whole room shouting loud. Justice doesn't care about the crowd. Every blockchain sings out loud. Yeah, the gavel goes bang. Hear the echoes ring. Yeah, the truth rolls on.